5 years ago, to this very day, I started a project to document the entire libraries of Japanese video game systems. And in those 5 years, I've talked about every game for the Nintendo Famicom, all of the discs you could play in the Famicom disk system, the libraries of Japan's first homegrown console, the Epoch Cassette Vision, and its too little, too late successor, the Super Cassette Vision. Broke down Atari's doomed effort to bring the VCS to the Japanese market as the 2800, and now I'm nearly a third of the way through documenting all of the PC Engine library. Not to mention a few dozen one-off videos where I just found something I wanted to talk about. Now there's a fairly big, obvious hole in those documentation projects. I haven't talked about Sega at all. It's not that I'm holding some decade-long console warrior grudge against Sega, or that there's some technical reason that has stopped me from doing anything with them. What it basically comes down to is, I think Sega's Japanese output has been pretty well covered by other people. Now by itself, that's not going to stop me from talking about things. I mean, this video exists. It just pushes things down the priority list for me. There's several other systems with large libraries where I feel like only the major games are well documented, and that meant that Sega's 8-bit platforms were going to be pretty far back in line. However, this is my 5th anniversary, and while I could talk about a weird game, or some obscure subgenre that I like, or do some kind of Q&A, my focus is on cataloging Japanese game consoles. Unglamorous, unsexy, unpopular work, it's just what I want to do. So why not take this 5th anniversary and use it to talk about the other game system that was on Japanese store shelves in the 80s. I'm going to do one video and talk about all of Sega's 8-bit games released for consoles in Japan. So that's all of the SG-1000 library, all of the Othello Multivision library, and almost all of the Mark III and Japanese Sega Master System library. Sega rebranded the Mark III to Master System, and I can't really show off the Art Tablet application. What I'm not including is the SC-3000 library. When it comes to exclusives for that platform, I'm basically skipping educational games. For these situations where I compile all of a system's library into one video, I like to do things fast. So Sega's getting the lightning round treatment. I'm going to average a bit more than a minute per game. I've got 151 games to get through, and if I got into my usual 5 to 10 minutes, well, this just wouldn't have gotten done. There's a couple more things you should know going in. Most of the footage here is recorded off a Japanese Master System with RGB output. That means for the games that have enhanced FM sound, I'll have that playing. But for the SG-1000 games in particular, the palette's shifted a little bit, and it's a lot dimmer than it would be on an original SG-1000 with RF output. I tested using composite output for this, and I think the results are actually worse, so we'll just go on. Second, there are some 3D games. For most of these, I've filtered out one eye's worth of signal, so they'll just appear flat 2D, but in one special case, there was an anaglyphic version available. Anaglyphic 3D is the red-blue 3D glasses. So if you have a pair of those handy, I'll tell you when you should put them on. Okay, with those technical details out of the way, let's talk about Sega of Japan and their console division for a few moments, because it's important to set some expectations. Throughout the 1980s, Sega considered themselves to be an arcade game company. And I do mean an arcade company. Anything else, they pretty much considered a weird side project. So even though they manufactured electronic toys and had a set of video game consoles, Sega did not really support them well. I'm not talking about game releases here. Master System fans, virtually all of the things you love about that platform are a consequence of Sega of America, Sega of Europe, and the Brazilian company Tectoy putting some muscle behind it. And as a consequence of that, the Japanese catalogs of these systems are rough. I like to think that there's 3 phases to Sega's 8-bit platform. They go, Phase 1. We have a console division, in which Sega doesn't seem to be aware that they are making video game consoles. They have a handful of programmers pumping out games at a very high rate, and the result was a lot of games that were behind the times, even by the standards of 1984 and 85. Phase 2 is, we have a video game console. Sega has discovered that they are making video games to be sold in people's homes, and since the biggest consumer product in Japan at that point is a video game console, they should be able to get some of that. Enter a period from about 1985 through 86, where Sega spends a lot of time making some very quick arcade ports and copying other people's work. Unfortunately, Sega hadn't figured out the magic of having third parties make your games, and kept all publishing to themselves and nearly all development in-house. So there were still a lot of overworked programmers cranking things out way too fast, but at least it felt like there was more of an effort being made. And then finally, Phase 3. You have a video game console. Sega of Japan decides that selling 1/30th the number of consoles as Nintendo isn't worth it. But meanwhile, the European and American branches are stepping up. Brazil wasn't really a factor quite yet. It no longer feels like the platform is being micromanaged from above. The demand for software from other areas seems to have gotten them fully staffed, and there's an explosion in quality. The games start getting experimental or good, and occasionally both. And unfortunately, that's right when Sega of Japan dropped the axe on their local support. This video is going to go through those releases chronologically, so we're going to start out really rough with just the occasional bright spot, but it's going to build. And at the end, I was genuinely angry that Sega cut off the Japanese market right when things were getting good. If you ask me for a list of my 10 favorite Master System games, I think only 2 or 3 of them were released in Japan. Now let's go back to the beginning with the SG-1000. The SG-1000 was part of an entire environment of Sega home hardware. The SC-3000 was the computer version. A bit better hardware, a lot more memory, and a built-in keyboard for a price that was twice as high. You'll notice in the early games that there will often be references to pressing keys. That's because you could play those games on either your SG-1000 console or your SC-3000 computer. The 3000 was very short-lived, getting a revised version with a better keyboard in 1984, and then that was it. Though it did get released in New Zealand for some reason. To take up some of that slack, the SG-1000 got some peripherals to help make it more of a computer. This kind of situation was actually fairly common in the early 80s. A lot of people making game consoles also wanted to be in the computer business. Of course, those companies also found out fairly quickly that people who were shopping for a computer didn't want a game console and vice versa. So game consoles stopped using "you can turn it into a computer" as a feature around 1985. That's the environment that the SG-1000 was born from. The thing that might be most notable in these early SG-1000 games is that the video chip was the weak link in the system. And that's kind of a problem for a game console. It had a very limited palette of 15 standardized colors, and it only allowed for single-colored sprites. If you see anything that's multicolored, it's because it's 2 sprites layered on top of each other. On top of that, it wasn't capable of smoothly scrolling the screen. Because of the way it handled backgrounds, everything had to be shifted in big, chunky steps. These were limitations that were fairly common to computers of the era, but in 1983, hardware was showing up that took graphics further than that. And the SG-1000 graphics looked outdated the day it was released. Debuting the same day as a console that could do smooth scrolling, show more colors on the screen simultaneously, have sprites that were more colorful, and was priced exactly the same, put the SG-1000 into an impossible position. The only thing it could compete on were the games. So what could they offer for those? I have to kick things off with the most obvious game of them all. The big title for Nintendo's family computer was Donkey Kong, but Sega had their own big ape game, Congo Bongo. Kongo Bongo even has a Donkey Kong tie, as Ikegami Tsushinki, the same company that programmed Donkey Kong, programmed Kongo Bongo. Thing is, there's a reason people remember Donkey Kong and not Kongo Bongo. And that's just the arcade version. This home conversion is a horrible port of a not-so-great arcade game. It features only 2 of the original game's 3 screens, and it's a bit of a stretch to even identify them as the same screens. On the first screen, you're climbing a mountain as the ape throws coconuts at you, and on the second, you're crossing a river where you have the choice between persistent platforms and ones that disappear. The movement is incredibly imprecise, the jumping even more uncontrollable than it looks like, and it's really not helped that you have some free-ish movement. These aren't flat 2D areas, you can go up and down in those lanes. Kongo Bongo for the SG-1000 would leave players who picked it up with a terrible first impression. The SG-1000 launched with 3 different shooters, since that was a popular genre at the moment, and of those games, Starjacker was the most advanced. If it was September 1983 and you were trying to convince your pals on the playground that Sega does what Nintendo don't, Starjacker would be the game to break out. It's a shoot 'em up in the Xevious mold, and it's really obvious about it. You have a separate air and ground attack, and there's a super ship that shows up that requires a precise hit to destroy it. Unfortunately, Starjacker has some other quirks. You're not controlling a ship, you're controlling a fleet of ships, and if any one of those ships gets hit, then you lose it. Basically, all of your lives are out there from the very beginning. That makes you a much bigger target. You land at the carrier that you took off from at the end of the stage, and if you've earned an extra life, that's where you'll get it back. Working in Starjacker's favor are the twisty corridors that give you a good illusion of speed, and it seems to have a kind of dynamic difficulty based on how well you're doing, just like Xevious. I think it's fair to say that as of July 1983, Starjacker was the most advanced shoot-'em-up you could play in your home. It was a very good home port of an arcade game that was only a month old at that time. You can't just have action games for your console. Traditional games were used to round out the library. Unfortunately, making a shogi AI was kind of difficult. The first decent shogi AIs were just starting to hit shelves for computer games. And so Sega went with a different direction for Serizawa Hachidan no Sume Shogi. They adapted a book of shogi problems. This is actually a port of an arcade game called Osho, which is a strong contender for the most obscure Sega game out there. The Serizawa of the title is Hirofume Serizawa, and Hachidan was his rank as a shogi master. All 46 shogi problems from his book were included in the game, and you could choose to jump to intermediate and advanced problems if you wanted, though there really wasn't a way to skip back and forth between problems. Obviously, I'm terrible at shogi, though I do know how the pieces move, so I couldn't figure out how to get past this first stage. Not that I think it'd be rewarding to keep playing. This one's more historical curiosity than something people would want to dig into. Yamato was another port of a very recent arcade game, reaching Japanese arcades in March of 1983. The Yamato of the title refers, of course, to the battleship Yamato, pride of the Japanese fleet in World War II, and is primarily known these days as a cautionary tale told by naval historians. The video game posits a world where battleships were still effective weapons in 1943, and you control the elevation of the guns, as well as the side-to-side motion of the Yamato. There's a kind of dual crosshair where the upper one is for the machine guns, which can take out aircraft, and the lower one are for the shells, which destroy naval vessels. As you destroy enemy craft, you get stars at the bottom of the screen, and once you destroy enough, time advances, going from day to dusk to night. I found the shooting in Yamato to be kind of flat. It's very easy to hit things with shells, but extremely difficult to hit the planes with the machine guns. And that made focusing on surface craft while ignoring the aircraft an obvious strategy. Yamato feels weirdly behind the times for 1983. The dual aiming is a different kind of system for a single-screen shooter, but the whole game just feels clunky. Sega got their version of Mahjong on store shelves a full month before Nintendo got their version out. So why is it that Nintendo's Mahjong was the must-own game of 1983, and Sega's is just remembered as a checkbox on a list? I think it's because Sega's version is a lot uglier and a lot harder to use. You have a list of the common options along the bottom of the screen, and picking out menu options, or drawing tiles, or picking what to discard is all just a little bit more clunky than it should be. There's no visible division between the tiles. Everything is harder to read than it should be. This just isn't a smooth Mahjong experience. Remember that people buying Mahjong for the SG-1000 may not have played any video game before, so every little bit of friction there pushed people away. And that's another reason that Nintendo's console won out. The final launch title for the SG-1000 was another arcade port, but this one wasn't an arcade game from 1983. Instead, it went back to 1980. The inspirations for N-Sub are obvious. It's Space Invaders in a submarine. But in this case, it's a very well executed version of that concept. This port was made by Compile, and it was their very first console game. The company had only been founded in 1982 and didn't release any game at all until '83. In N-Sub, the play area is divided up into an underwater and surface regions, and of course your sub can only move underwater. You can fire torpedoes horizontally that are mainly good for taking out other subs, and you can fire them vertically, which you'll primarily use for taking out surface ships. The surface ships come in waves, and you'll have to clear out 3 of them to advance to the next stage. And of course, when you go on, enemy ships start becoming more aggressive, fire more shots at you, and chase you down a little bit harder. There's also quickly moving ships, which give a number of bonus points that change every time you fire a shot, just like the Saucer and Space Invaders. N-Sub is very much an arcade game from 1980, taking Space Invaders and going one step further, and this port is particularly well executed. There were 2 stragglers in August of 1983 who just missed the SG-1000 launch day, and first up of those is Champion Tennis. Sega is going to use that Champion brand for almost all of their sports games on the SG-1000, and then they'll switch to different branding for the Mark III. Champion Tennis is a good example of the tragedy of the SG-1000. At the moment it was released, it was the most advanced tennis game available. I think the only thing that's comparable is Atari's Real Sports Tennis, which came out a little earlier in the year and was a bit more playable, but it's not like Sega or any Japanese players would have seen it. Championship Tennis might have a badly colored court, weirdly flat-looking characters, some absolutely copyright-infringing music, and a distorted backfield that feels awful to play on, but it controlled smoothly and responsively. Okay, you hit the net way too much in this game, but it's still recognizably a representation of the sport of tennis. And 4 months after this, Nintendo will release their own version of tennis, and that will make Champion Tennis look like an embarrassment. The best thing in Champion Tennis is the controls. You can smash or lob the ball depending on which button you push, you move around the court pretty smoothly, and the game automatically takes into account if the ball is passing on your left or right. The problem is the presentation is unpleasant, and it will force you to play on the smaller back court. The ball doesn't show up as nicely as it could, and it feels like you're playing in some void. In August 1983, Champion Tennis is a step forward. By the end of the year, it's hopelessly outdated. Safari Hunting, not Safari Hunt, that one was never released in Japan, is a port of an arcade game known outside of Japan as Tranquilizer. I guess they wanted to make it clear that you weren't gunning down animals in this game. In the game, you're presented with a maze. Animals will poke their heads out of hedges, and then a few seconds later emerge. You have to shoot them with your tranquilizer gun to knock them out for 30 seconds, and then get them back to your collection vehicle. Moving a knocked out animal is very slow, and the vehicle itself is on a timer as it's idling and using up gas. If you get into the vehicle, then you can move it around the maze counterclockwise, and running over one of the stunned animals will add it to your collection. The yellow ape will free the animals that you've collected if it reaches your truck while you're not there, and your goal is to collect enough of each type of animal that you'll progress to the next level. Compile handled the porting for this one. They're going to be a regular supporter of Sega in the early days of this video, and I think they captured the arcade game pretty well. Unfortunately, this is one of those maze games where you have to move very precisely, and if you don't, you'll get hung up on corners. It's the kind of thing that makes a maze game frustrating to play. On the other hand, there's a lot of things you have to juggle in Safari Hunting. You're on a timer with the truck fuel. Getting the animals out of the maze to a location where you can pick them up stresses your timers even harder. And you constantly have to be on guard against animals popping out of the shrubbery or stealing your stuff. I put Safari Hunting down as interesting concepts that really needed to control better if anyone was going to consider it a classic. Well, at least I won't be playing as much baseball in this video. Champion Baseball is what we got for baseball video games before Nintendo figured out how to make the sport work as a video game with their own game simply titled Baseball, and then Namco perfected the formula with Family Stadium. If you're pitching, you move left and right on the mound and don't really have any control over your ball. If you're batting, you can move back and forth in the batter box and swing the bat. You have no control over your fielders once the ball is in the air, and there's a giant arrow on the screen telling you which base you're going to throw the ball to. I'm not going to pick on the poor choice of viewing area. Everyone was still figuring that part out. The real problem is that as a player, you're not really doing a whole lot here. The kindest thing I can say about Champion Baseball is that everyone was still trying to figure out how to make a decent baseball game at that point. That doesn't make this good, though. If you're a longtime viewer of this channel, you might recall that I'm a bit of a connoisseur of pinball video games. And so you'll understand that when I say that Sega Flipper is one of the worst pinball games I've ever played, and I'm including the Tiger LCD handheld in that, I genuinely mean it. In these early days with 8-bit microprocessors, it was difficult to do pinball physics well. And Sega Flipper is so far from well that I think we should call an oncologist. Look at the way the ball jitters constantly, the way it pops back and forth, how inconsistent any hit is. The table layout is definitely inspired by computer pinball games of the time, but it feels like it's been filtered through somebody who's never seen a pinball table before. Everything is just off and wrong here. As far as I can tell, you can't even nudge the table to adjust the ball's path, though given how it moves, I'm not really sure you could tell if nudging was successful or not. This is a disastrously awful pinball video game, even by the standards of 1983. Sega Flipper is a game that should not exist. Take a wild guess what game Pac Car is based on, just from the title. I'll give you 3 tries, and the first 2 don't count. Maze Chase games were still a pretty big thing in 1983, and Pac Car is a pretty good example of that. And I know the title looks like it should be Pac-Car, but it's definitely intended to be Pac Car. This isn't the first Sega game about a race car collecting dots in a maze. Their Head On was a pretty major success. And you could think of Pac-Car as the sequel to that, absorbing a lot of things from Namco's Pac. You have the tunnels at the edge, for example, and certain dots leave behind big dots after you pass over them. Collecting these energizers will change your car's color, and then you can knock the opposing cars off the road. The mazes are more complicated in Pac-Car, and to encourage you to keep going forward, your car travels much more slowly if you reverse it. Pac-Car is pretty fun, and I think it's actually the best of the maze chase games that Sega released on the SG-1000. Namco doesn't seem to have held a grudge on that Pac-Car thing, because they were willing to license out one of their biggest arcade games to Sega. Of course, for some reason it was called Sega Galaga here, but it's Galaga. Aliens swoop in at the start of every stage. The big ships at the back have the ability to capture your ship in a tractor beam, and if you rescue it by shooting down the ship as it attacks, then you can fight side by side. The motion of the alien ships is pretty smooth, but I also feel like the game is running half speed. On the other hand, it seems like to make up for the slower game speed, they increased the number of shots that the bugs would fire. They're really dumping a heavy volley on you right from the start. It adds up to make the timing feel a bit off in this version of Galaga, but I will concede that it should be possible to just get a feel for it. It's okay that it's not arcade accurate. This is one place where Sega got something over on Nintendo, since it'll be 1985 before Galaga shows up on the family computer. But this doubles back to being one of the problems with Sega's consoles in these early days. Sega wasn't allowing third parties on their system, unless Sega was totally in control. Licensing releases from third parties on their platform was one of the things that made the Famicom a big winner, and changed the entire video game industry. But at this point, Sega's still following the old model of total control. It worked out fine for Galaga, but that's something that won't always be true. Pop Flamer is another maze chase game, and it's a lot more in line with what we're going to see with maze chases on the SG-1000. Bad controls, stiff movement, and requiring a weird amount of position to do things like turn corners. In Pop Flamer, your goal is to pop all of the balloons on the stage. This requires moving exactly on top of them, not one pixel off, and they'll burst when you do this. You can also go to the top and bottom of the stage to get some, I guess it's kerosene? Some kind of flamethrower juice, because after you get it, you can shoot a small burst of flames. These will destroy enemies and leave behind a small bit of fire to block their path. You only have limited uses though, and that flame becomes smaller every time you use it until you refill. Enemies go straight at you. They don't wander around the maze or do anything like that. And one of the monsters shoots a beam through walls that will freeze you in place, just in case the game wasn't getting frustrating enough. Pop Flamer is the embodiment of a bad maze chase game. I'm not sure of the accuracy of it as an arcade port, since after playing this, I'd never want to touch that arcade version with a 10-foot pole. It's only been 4 months since the SG-1000 launched, and you know what that means? Time for a hardware refresh. In this case, it was board game publisher Sukuda Original licensing Sega's hardware to make a machine that could play Othello. The Othello Multivision was kind of a halfway step between the SG-1000 and the SC-3000. It had a bit more memory, so it could handle playing Othello, and Sukuda Original could publish their own cartridge games for it. Many of these games were compatible with the original SG-1000, which is why I'm including them here, though there are a few where the package claims that it's SG-1000 compatible, and it really wasn't. Those games will run on a Mark III or Master System, since those platforms have even more memory than the Othello Multivision, but it's a quirk of the platform that there's just some games that don't quite go back and forth. I'm skipping over the built-in Othello for the moment, because a version of it was released for the SG-1000 a few years down the line, so I'll talk about that one as the cartridge rather than the built-in system software. Instead, I'm going to hop over to the 2 additional launch titles for the Multivision. Kicking things off for the Othello Multivision is Guzzler, another port of an arcade maze chase game where you go to locations to fill up the liquid that you spit out. But this is the opposite of Pop Flamer because you spit water and are trying to put out fires. There are 3 different stage layouts, and your goal on each of them is to guide your little guzzler to the flames and spit water on them. The guzzler can hold 3 spits of water at once. Little flames will come out of the big flames from time to time, and those are what wanders around and can kill you. Guzzler has the control problems where the movement is sticky, and then making things worse, 2 of the 3 stages have an incredibly boring layout. The first stage is a proper maze where you actually have to do things, and then stage 2 is a spiral in and spiral out, which means you have to get through the spiral before you run out of water. And then stage 3 just has the fires out in the open. Guzzler is a game with a promising concept and terrible execution. Now here's something special for the Othello Multivision. An American-designed game. Hubert was Gottlieb's smash hit arcade game about a foul-mouthed orange monster hopping around a pyramid. It's a beloved arcade classic, and this is a really, really terrible port of it. Even the Atari VCS port is better than this. It doesn't play smoothly, and key elements of the game like Coily the Snake following in Hubert's steps don't work quite right. Coily will hop off the pyramid wherever if you take one of the discs up to the top. Also, the flashing effects are really severe in this. When you complete a stage or get a green ball that freezes time for a moment, you just get blinded. The system's limited color palette is also a problem, and the game winds up reusing black an awful lot. And that's just visually unappealing. Now, the back of the box says in English that this game is playable on the SG-1000, but this is a case where they were lying. On a stock SG-1000, Hubert doesn't run. You have to play it on the Multivision, an SC-3000 computer, or a Mark III. Getting back to the games that were actually labeled for the SG-1000, Pachinko is one of the rarest and most expensive games on the system. The reason for this is Sega reworked it rather quickly and made Pachinko 2. So look forward to that in about 13 minutes time. Pachinko is an electronic version of Japan's national gambling addiction, and I believe it is the first Pachinko video game. Not that it's much of a game. You adjust the power of the shot and hold down the fire button to launch balls. If the balls go into slots, then you get some more balls back. You start with 100 balls and you just see how many you can get. There, that's the entire game. I'm not a big fan of this kind of gambling game, since the entire point of gambling is that you're supposed to be winning or losing money, and casino games wind up being pretty bad because they have to be based on complete randomness. Pachinko isn't even a good version of that kind of bad game. It's just something that's there, and there's nothing more to say about it. Space Slalom is a bit of a weird one. It is, very technically, a port of an arcade game. Except that arcade game was just slalom. You know, just a guy on skis. For some reason, when they ported it to the SG-1000, they changed the skier to a spaceship. On every stage, you're given a time limit, and you have to reach the end of the course while passing through as many of the gates as possible. For every gate that you don't pass through, you're given a time penalty. You have to press up to go faster, while pressing down pulls you toward the back of the screen. But if you do move back like this, then you'll be pulled forward if you let off the D-pad. The gates can be positioned horizontally or vertically, and the colors don't mean anything. You don't have to pass through them in certain directions. An object is constantly falling at you from the top of the screen, and it won't destroy your spaceship, it'll just slow you down. Still, the time limit is tight enough that if you get hit a couple of times, you won't make it. Space Solemn is a pretty basic game even by the standards of 1983, and it's fine to play a couple of times, but I don't think it would hold someone's interest much longer than that. I'm closing out 1983 with one more arcade port, Monaco Grand Prix. Not to be confused with Monaco Grand Prix, or Super Monaco Grand Prix. Yeah, this name got reused a lot. This one is the top-down racer that Sega released in arcades in 1979. Stay on the track, don't run into any other cars, and definitely don't get knocked off the road. This game supports the steering wheel controller, which is a fairly rare peripheral. It would let you turn a little bit more smoothly. While you're playing, you'll see symbols appear that indicate road hazards up ahead, things like bends in the road, or ice, which actually isn't that slippery. The real trick in Monaco Grand Prix is that you can make your car jump. You can use it to get over cars in front of you, and sometimes you'll have to use it to get over gaps in the road. Monaco GP is a pretty standard top-down racer of the time. It's not outstanding, but it does things perfectly well, which makes it slot into the SG-1000 library nicely. And now before I move on, this was the last game of 1983, and in 6 months of release, Sega has built up a fairly respectable library for the SG-1000. Now, most of the games aren't especially complicated, but I'd say in this early library they've got a couple of good system sellers, about a half dozen games that are fine ports of arcade games of the time. The library of sports games is pretty weak, Champion Tennis being the most acceptable of the two, and not comparing well against Nintendo's offerings. And unfortunately, 6 games that I'd mark down as real stinkers. In many ways, it feels like Sega was rushing product to store shelves, making small games based on the internal licenses that they could get, and not really stretching their design wings. Sega had the second biggest game library of any console on Japanese store shelves at the end of 1983. Atari had kind of an unfair advantage there, with the 2800 taking up some of their dead stock from the US. If you looked at the SG-1000 in isolation, things seemed to be going pretty well for them. Of course, at the end of 1983, the 600-pound gorilla was already taking over. Moving into 1984, we're kicking things off with yet another port of an arcade maze chase game. Yeah, this was one of the dominant genres in 1982, so it's not really a surprise that the SG-1000 has so many of them. In fact, I was more surprised at how few the Famicom had. Sinbad Mystery is an interesting blend of games. You collect the question marks to make pieces of the map appear, and the goal of every stage is to collect the magic lamp that's revealed when you get all of the map pieces. But if you can identify the location before you have all of the map pieces, you can go there and dig it up. You can dig holes like it's Heiankyo Alien, and enemies will have to stop and fill them in. You can't trap them in the holes and bury them. There's also a boulder that you can push around and crush enemies. You can shove that around manually, or have it roll down steps. The level layouts are pretty creative too. They're drawn with a bit of perspective that lets you get underneath or behind things. The big problem with Sinbad Mystery is that, once again, it requires some very precise movement, and you'll inevitably get stuck on corners as you try to maneuver around. Nothing like walking back and forth as you're trying to go up a path. There are 3 different stage layouts here, and in this case, all 3 are pretty good. I feel like Sinbad Mystery is almost all the way to a good game, but those control issues that are especially bad with the weird, mushy SG-1000 control pad wind up dragging everything down. Borderline has a unique place in game history, since it is Compile's first scrolling shoot-'em-up. They've made a bunch of Space Invaders-inspired single-screen shooters, but this is the first time that they're on the move. Okay, not every stage in Borderline is auto-scrolling, but there's enough of them. In Borderline, you're controlling a Jeep, and you alternate firing guns out of your left and right headlight. On vertically scrolling stages, you're going at high speed and things will fly off the sides of the road to come after you. While on the other stages, it's a single screen and armored vehicles will drive around shooting at you, while your Jeep can dig new paths through the terrain. Regardless of the type of level, your goal is to destroy all of the atom symbols. Borderline is weirdly difficult since the enemy vehicles will fire instantaneously at you, and you wind up having to plan out traps where you've got a line of fire on them, but they don't really have a shot on you. My feelings on Borderline come down to interesting experiment, don't think it worked. The rough edges here are just really rough. Champion Golf is another case of the SG-1000 just getting lapped by the family computer. A few weeks after Sega's game was released, Nintendo's Golf reached store shelves, and everything about Champion Golf looked poor in comparison. Which isn't to say that Champion Golf was backwards. This is a very innovative golf game. Particularly the swing mechanic, where you have a little golfer at the top constantly swinging, and you use that to pick your power. But you don't want it to be too far back, or you'll flub your swing. Champion Golf also had 2 scales for the courses. One view that showed you the entire hole, and then a close-up of the green. However, there's only 9 holes in the course. The greens are all flat circles with no slopes. Controlling your power when putting is confusing at best. You're either barely tapping the ball or you're knocking it the entire way across the green. And you aim your shots by maneuvering the little fellow around the outer border of the play area. That's good for having a lot of control over your aim, but it's a tough interface to use. Champion Golf is another case of Sega making a big jump over everyone who came before, and then getting completely wiped out a few weeks later by Nintendo. Exarion is another arcade port, but at least it's not a maze chase again. This was a shoot-'em-up by Jalico that was mostly notable for its graphics that gave the appearance of flying over the planet, and unfortunately the SG-1000 just is not capable of replicating that effect smoothly. You have 2 different weapons in Exarion. Pressing button 1 fires a single shot, and if you hit an enemy with it, then you get some more bullets for the other weapon, which is an auto fire that you have when you hold down button 2. Usually what you want to do is build up your bullets in the early stages, and then break out the full auto on the later ones. Something that's replicated from the arcade game, and so I won't hold it against the SG-1000 version, is that your vehicle in Exarion has a lot of momentum. It's slow to start moving, and once you release a direction, it takes a bit to slow down. That makes dodging bullets in this game a lot harder than you might expect. Play it long enough, and you'll get a feel for when you need to start reacting. But if any enemies get close to you, you just won't be able to get out of the way. In terms of gameplay, the SG-1000 version is pretty close to the arcade version of Exarion. But that scrolling planet effect would give me a headache if I had to look at it for more than 10 minutes. It's yet another arcade port, and this one is Irem's top-down racer, Zippy Race. You're on a motorcycle, and your goal is to travel cross-country, and the real limiting factor for you is the fuel. You get some back if you complete legs, but what you really need to do is memorize the location of fuel cans on the courses, and pick up more gas on the go. Passing cars will increase your position, though you'll probably have to be on the far side of the US before you're getting into first. There's 2 different views of the race in Zippy Race, an overhead view, where you'll do 90% of your racing, and then there's a behind the motorcycle view, which is what you'll see when you're approaching the checkpoint. Regardless of what view you're in, cars are very aggressive towards you. They will home in on your horizontal position until they're about 1 motorcycle length ahead of you, then lock into place. So you pretty much have to wait for them to get close and then go around them. And that's something that's easier said than done on some of the curves. When it comes to arcade racing of the era, I've never been fond of Zippy Race. I will say that the SG-1000 port is a perfectly functional version. Its biggest problem is that the behind-the-cycle view doesn't play especially well, but that's true of any version of Zippy Race. Are you ready for Pachinko 2? Here's the common version of the Pachinko game that Sega made. Rather than one Pachinko table, board, table, we'll say table, it has 3 Pachinko tables. I am playing on an aircraft-themed one. And these tables are structured to make it a lot easier to get the Pachinko balls in their slots. I feel like there should be some Pachinko-specific terminology for this, but I don't like Pachinko enough to actually look it up. They've also made it much more quick to adjust the power of your shot. You'll slide up and down that power really fast. Pachinko 2 demonstrates one of the things that comes up in a lot of gambling video games. The odds are often heavily rigged in the player's favor. It's a less exciting video game if you sit there for an hour and only win 2 or 3 times, and not even big wins. So slot machine video games, Pachinko video games, things like that, are often set up to make the player win more often because it's more exciting. That winds up making them less accurate representations of the real-life activity, and at the same time, it doesn't do enough to make the games interesting. It's another big landmark for Sega, since Golgo 13 is the first licensed game on the platform. Golgo 13 is a major media franchise in Japan, starting out as comics in the 60s, but reaching every kind of media by this point. This would be the first game based on Golgo 13, but far from the last. Golgo 13 is about Duke Togo, a professional assassin and international man of mystery. The game Golgo 13 has you playing as Duke, driving a car, and shooting up the screen at the same time. On every stage, your goal is to shoot out all of the windows on the train, and when those are broken, passengers hop out to safety? You can move the car further up the road, but if you let go of the D-pad, then the car will slowly drift back to the left. Initially, this is all pretty straightforward to do, and the only thing you have to worry about is a bullet ricocheting back at you if you hit the train in front of the passengers. Later stages add traffic going the other direction on the road, a lot more cars on that front train, and a helicopter that will bomb you. There's a lot of stuff to paper over the fact that this is really a Space Invaders inspired shooter. But it is a fun one, at least in short bursts, and that's how you are supposed to play this kind of game. Play for 10 minutes or so, and then move on. And Golgo 13 works pretty well for that. The licensed game train keeps going, as here's Chojiku Seiki Orgus, or Super Dimension Century Orgus. It started out as a kind of a follow-up to Macross, which would be why this became a shoot-'em-up featuring a transforming robot. In 1984, this kind of shooting game was surprisingly common. That's almost definitely because transforming robot space fighters was the new hot thing on Japanese TV. You can flip freely back and forth between giant robot and fighter jet mode. The difference is that the giant robot can kick things on the ground, and that's the entire difference between their combat capabilities. The real difference is that when you're in jet mode, the screen scrolls faster, and you have to use the jet mode to get to the end of the stage in the time limit. In fact, you pretty much have to exclusively use the jet mode in order to get to the end of the stage in the time limit. If you exclusively fly the jet on stage 1, you'll make it to the end with about 30 seconds remaining, at which point you turn into the robot and have to destroy a wave of enemies. There's no power-ups, nothing special about your different modes, and the game's time limit is brutally unfair, and that just gets worse as you progress through the stages. There's no variety in the attack patterns of enemies. The most you get are that there's some ships that launch from the sea when you reach that area. Argus just winds up being an incredibly dull shoot-'em-up. It definitely ranks below most of the other transforming robot shoot-'em-ups of the time, and those games aren't especially good either. We're headed back to Othello Multivision land with Space Mountain. Feel free to guess what movie series this game takes inspiration from. In this game, you take your X-shaped space fighter and defeat a full wave of bow-tie-shaped oncoming craft before you approach a space fortress and run through a trench carved into its surface where you hope to hit its weak point and destroy it. Even the cover art for the game presents the player attacking a destroyer that sails among the stars. They really weren't hiding anything here. Space Mountain as a game is an absolute mess. Everything moves in slow, jerky blocks, and it gets worse when you approach the Space Mountain, because there you're no longer in control of your ship, you're controlling a crosshair that moves so slowly you're not going to be able to use it to defend yourself. This is a painful game to play. I think I'd call it the worst thing in the SG-1000 ecosystem so far. It's simultaneously hard to play because everything is so unresponsive and jerky, but also trivially easy in the space sections because as soon as you see a dot, you put the crosshair over it and shoot. The game is so bad, I thought it was broken on the Master System. But reading through the manual, it is supposed to be like this. Space Mountain is completely dreadful. Stay far away from this one. Continuing with the Multivision, I have one of the weirdest games I've ever encountered. It's Sannin Mahjong. It's the only 3-player Mahjong game that I think I've ever encountered. Mahjong video games are usually 2-player, because that streamlines things nicely for a single-player video game, or 4-player because that's how the standard game of Mahjong works. 3-player Mahjong is usually played with a smaller set of tiles, though I didn't really notice it in this version. The game also stops after one of the other players' turns to give you the opportunity to react, regardless of what's been happening in the game. The whole thing winds up feeling a lot more awkward than a standard Mahjong game. You'll notice that the graphics and interface are reused from the SG-1000's original Mahjong game. So perhaps this is a situation where they felt like the platform could do an additional player, but not a full Mahjong game. Still, it just feels weird. It'll be about another 6 months before Nintendo goes one step further and has their proper 4-player Mahjong game out. But really, it would have been better to stick to 2 players. One more Multivision game before we switch back for a moment. And I hope you haven't had your fill of gambling yet, because we've got Challenge Derby. Up to 8 players are given 100,000 yen, and then you just bet on the computerized races. You pick the 2 horses that you think will come in first and second, put your yen down, watch the race play out, and then repeat until you decide to turn off the console. It's not the ugliest presentation for this kind of game that I've seen. There's a variety of races, and different horses will do better in different conditions. But really, there's not much to this one. Just put your money down and see where the ponies take you. Safari Race puts you in a rally race across Africa. Not the Paris-Dakar rally. This one is totally sub-Saharan. You use up and down to set your speed, and you have a kind of cruise control in this game. Button 1 brakes, and button 2 honks your horn, which slows down animals that are crossing the road. The challenge in Safari Race is that your car can only go about 300 kilometers before it needs gas, and it's a 1,000-kilometer race. Periodically, beside the road, you'll see gas pumps, and you have to pull up to those very, very precisely in order to get your tank refilled. You can pull away from the gas pump without getting your tank filled, but that just means you have to stop sooner. It cannot be understated how difficult it is to stop at those gas pumps. If you're traveling at top speed, you have to start braking the instant they appear. And even if you're doing things right, it's extremely easy to just barely miss it. If you run out of gas, your car will continue to coast for a while, and hopefully you can reach a gas pump. But of course there's even less margin of error there, since if you stop early it's game over. One thing that I like is that your lives are represented by spare tires. So if you crash, you lose one of your spares. But realistically, the actual danger you're going to be dealing with is running out of gas, not running into animals. It makes Safari Race a bit of a frustrating game to play, and I really wish they had come up with a different method for recovering gas, because the driving and encountering the animals is actually kind of neat. Okamoto Ayako no Match Play is not the first sports game to license an athlete, but I think it's the first golf game to do so, and definitely the first sports game to license a woman athlete. A few months after this game's release, Okamoto won the Women's British Open, and a special limited edition version of the Othello Multivision with this cartridge packed in was sold in stores. As a golf game, it's a huge step up over Champion Golf. You play against Okamoto, and naturally, she's pretty good. There's a proper swing meter now, though it only kicks in when the swing is going down, and it has a very brief window for you to connect. The interface is a bit strange, where you have a menu where you have to select the club, where you're aiming, and how much power you're going to use. And you do all of that before you start your swing. Still, it's a more interesting take on golf as a sport than we saw before. Also, as a quick footnote, this is one of the rare SG-1000 games to get a sequel on another console. Because Multivision games were published by Sukuda Original, they could continue to make them, and so about 10 years later they'd create another Okamoto Ayako to Match Play Golf, only this one was for the Super Famicom. Lode Runner is a game that's been ported more times than I can count. And this SG-1000 port looks a lot like the Apple original version, though I think it plays a lot worse than other console versions from the time. In Lode Runner, your goal is to collect all of the boxes that I am assured by the manual are gold bars. Once you've done that, a ladder appears and you climb out of the stage. There are robots running around the stage with you, and your Lode Runner can drill into the bricks either to their left or right. Robots that fall in holes can be walked on, and they'll eventually climb out, unless the hole seals up on them, in which case they're destroyed and they'll reappear at the top of the screen a few seconds later. Lode Runner is a puzzle action game where you have to figure out how to make a path to the bars while simultaneously avoiding those robots. The big problem with the SG-1000 version is that the animation doesn't line up quite right. You'll see the robots fall in the hole, and when they're lined up with the top of the hole, it will still kill you to walk on top of them. They have to sink all the way down. Their AI doesn't seem to be as aggressive about pursuing the player as other versions as well. I was having real trouble luring some of those robots away. This version of Lode Runner comes with 80 stages, but it has a level editor that works if you have the SC3000 or the keyboard attachment for your SG-1000. Sega wound up using this version of Lode Runner as a pack-in for the SC3000 computer, but it must not have worked since the computer was discontinued pretty much the moment that promotion ended. We're back to Champion Sports with Champion Boxing. A kind of quirky take on boxing as a sport. You play from a side view, and button 1 will throw a punch, but button 2 cycles through the type of punches that you'll throw. Straight, jab, and uppercut. In practice, it doesn't actually amount to much. If a blow's not getting through, then you rotate to the next punch and try hitting again. A useful technique to be aware of is that you can throw these punches while you're on the move. So you can be just out of their reach, and then move to the right while throwing a straight and connecting before your opponent has a chance to react. You have a score in this game, and it's given to you between rounds, so if you manage to go the distance, then that will be the deciding factor. But realistically, either you or your opponent's going to get beaten down well before that. Perhaps the strangest thing about Champion Boxing is that although it was an SG-1000 game first, Sega decided to turn it into an arcade game, built on the same hardware. Now I think Champion Boxing looks pretty good for an SG-1000 game, but this would look absurdly primitive in a 1984 arcade. Champion Boxing is a decent step up from any home boxing games at that point, and I think it'll keep its title as best boxing game for a few years. But it is still awkward to play. It's more of a quirky, historically interesting game than one that's fun. Of course, compared to Champion Soccer, Champion Boxing was brilliant. This is god-awful. 8-bit soccer games were always a struggle, and this is a pretty bad version of that. Your player doesn't maintain control of the ball when they run over it. Instead, they just kick it away from them a little bit, so you have to get into the correct position to keep the ball moving down the field appropriately. You control the players and the goalie simultaneously, so when the ball gets to your area, you really just have to focus on blocking it rather than trying to intercept the opposing player. The game moves very slowly, and all of the action is very jerky. And of course, they dramatically scaled the game down. The SG-1000 wasn't going to be able to keep track of 22 players simultaneously. I'm trying to think of a worse soccer game that I've played, and I can't come up with one. This game should just be avoided. Look at that, Compile gets credit right there on the screen. Hustle Chumi is a port of an MSX game that Compile created earlier in 1984. The graphics are scaled down, but the gameplay comes through intact. This is an arcade-style game, but it was never in arcades. You are playing as a mouse, and you have to collect all of the food on the stage and then return to your mouse hole in the sewers. You can jump and spit fire, and as you gobble food, your mouse puts on weight and starts moving around more slowly. Although you still move just as fast when you jump. Some of the enemies take many hits to knock out with the fire, and a few of them are even invincible to it. The stages have slightly different layouts, though they all have the same 4 tiers, and a pipe at the top that will take you back to the bottom. The challenge here is finding a path that will get you through all of the food, and avoid the dangerous monsters while knocking out the easy ones. There's a lot going on in Hustle Chumi, and my feeling on this one is that if it was an arcade game, it'd be one of those mid-tier arcade games that nobody talks about. It's fine, I'm sure some people out there enjoy it quite a bit, but it also doesn't have that certain special something that pushes it over the top. Okay, one more Mahjong game, and this time Sega finally gets it right. Kind of. Home Mahjong is a proper 4-player Mahjong game. It's also a 2-player Mahjong game and a 3-player Mahjong game. If you want to play either of those modes, you have to play against a human opponent. How does that work when Mahjong's a game of hidden information where you have to keep your hand secret? The Home Mahjong came with a green plastic strip called the Shadow Board that you would use to cover up your hand while your opponent was playing. Needlessly complicated? Slow and clunky? Absolutely. But at least they were trying something. If you're playing by yourself, then you choose from a list of opponents with their own personalities, and then play out a game very much like the previous 2 Mahjong games on Sega systems. The graphics at least look nicer and are easier to read. I noticed that the computer AI plays extremely slowly, and I was only playing against the stupid level, so it likely goes even slower when you crank up the difficulty. Despite the novelty of the 2 human player modes, I still think Home Mahjong was pretty far behind Nintendo's efforts. This came out at the same time as Nintendo's 4-player Mahjong game, and while that one's also a bit of a mess, it still plays better than this. We're back to Sega porting one of their own arcade games for Flicky. In fact, this is one of my favorite classic Sega arcade games. You play as a mama bird and have to collect all of the chicks and return them to the start area. The chicks follow along behind you in a line, and that line can get disrupted by the cats that are chasing you. The more chicks you return at once, the more points you get. And once all of the chicks on the stage are returned, then you advance to the next level. The escalating scores for returning the chicks gives you a good risk-reward push. Spending more time away from the door and collecting the chicks is dangerous, but you get a lot more points for it, and it's pretty satisfying if you can return all of them in one go. Every stage also has items that you can throw at the cats to knock them around, and the throw and jump buttons are exactly the same. So there's an advantage to jumping over those items if you don't need one at that moment. I found the SG-1000 version of Flicky to be kind of floaty. I mean, the arcade game was also kind of floaty, but this was even more so. I think the chunky movement is part of the problem here. It made jumping between platform levels feel more difficult than it really should have. Still, Flicky's a decent for the time, fairly complete port of the arcade game. It even has the bonus stages where you have to catch the chicks as they're launched into the air. I think in 1984, if you liked Flicky, you'd be pretty happy with this. It's the end of the line for the Othello Multivision exclusive games, or exclusive-ish games. There were 2 released in December of 1984, and no more after that. First up is James Bond 007, a port of an Atari VCS game by Parker Brothers. The concept is a bit of a mashup between The Spy Who Loved Me and Diamonds Are Forever. In the game, you're driving the car that transforms into a submarine from The Spy Who Loves Me, and are using it to attack the undersea base from that film. After you do that, then you jump the car out of the water and try to shoot down the satellite from Diamonds Are Forever. The Diamonds Are Forever segment features some really extreme strobe effects, so I'm not showing that stage. The car can jump when you press up, dive down to the water briefly when you press down, fire bullets upward at an angle, and throw depth charges that arc out in front of it and then sink. On the Spy Who Loved Me stage, you have to evade hazards until you come across the base and then hit it with a depth charge. If you miss, then the stage repeats. I found James Bond 007 to be kind of a cute little arcadey game. There's a lot going on here with 2 different methods for avoiding attacks, and 2 different ways that you can attack. It's kind of fun in a small burst, just like a classic arcade game should be played. And now we're flipping over to the bad one. Space Armor is a shoot-'em-up completely derivative of Xevious. It's not even hiding anything. You're flying over geometric landscapes, you've got an air attack and a ground attack, and there you go. The thing is, the motion of everything in Space Armor is so slow, and there's so few enemy shots coming at you, that the game is brain dead easy. The only challenge here is not falling asleep. I only died in this game when I gave up. And it's not like I had been practicing Space Armor to get good at it. After all, who'd want to get good at Space Armor? Similar to Xevious, there's no power-ups, but there's also little in the way of escalating enemy forces, interesting ground installations, and no periodic boss to show up to give you something else to do. Ground targets wind up being kind of weirdly rare. You'll get 1 or 2 scrolling past every once in a while, which means it's not even like you have to choose what to go after. And then there's the sound. You've probably noticed that what passes as music in this game cuts off anytime you shoot. And then because of how dull and repetitive the music is, it sounds like it resets when it starts up again. My guess is word came down that they were pulling the plug on the Othello Multivision, and so some lone developer wrapped up work on Space Armor as fast as they could to get it out the door. The alternative is that somebody thought that it was acceptable to release this, and I don't want to think that little of someone. Well, this one's gonna go fast. Rodonai Angel Cutie is a fortune-telling cartridge. You have to have the SG-1000 keyboard peripheral to use this one, but I can't think of a greater waste of such a peripheral. My opinion of fortune-telling cartridges remains consistent. It's a scam. Not even a fun scam. These are the things that annoy me more than just about any other cartridge on these systems. So let's just move on because there's nothing to talk about here. I've reached what might be the best known SG-1000 game. Girls' Garden's big claim to fame is that it's the freshman work of Ballin' Wonderworld creator Yuji Naka. He had been at Sega only a couple of weeks before he started on it, and he'd quickly become the star programmer and designer for Sega's home division. The concept of Girls' Garden is that you need to gather up blooming flowers and fill up the meter at the bottom of your screen. Once that's filled up, you return home and find true love with the boy who's waiting there. There are bears that are running around the screen, and you can distract them with honey, but you only carry a limited amount of honey unless you get more from the bees. I've always found Girls' Garden to be more interesting than good. It's not a bad game, but it is one where there's a lot of little flaws that get on my nerves. Like how brushing against the water is instantly fatal. Something that's very easy to do accidentally thanks to the SG-1000 controller. You can spend a lot of time waiting for flowers to bloom, or get stuck just by random spawns and watch a bloom flower wilt in front of you. It's very easy to get put into a no-win situation by those randomly spawning and moving bears as well. And if you do die, there's a very long delay before you're back in the game. Like I said, Girls' Garden is not a bad game. We've already seen plenty of bad games in this video. It's just one where the clever ideas didn't really shape up to being a great game. You need a little bit more polish here and there on a few systems. Still, it's not bad for someone totally new to game design and development. But speaking of terrible games, here's the SG-1000 port of Zaxxon. Now, I actually kind of like Zaxxon in the arcade. It has some problems, but I still have a good time with it. The problem for Zaxxon was that every one of its contemporary home ports made the problems with the game significantly worse. The SG-1000 version has some incredibly jittery scrolling. The frame rate seems to be unstable, or at least it doesn't seem to update the screen consistently. It's hard to tell where elevation matters, and collision with solid objects is iffy. And for a shooter, there's very little action that's happening. When you're flying through those space fortresses, you might see one gun emplacement a screen, and a couple of missile bases that wait to fire until they're pretty much off the screen. Zaxxon for the SG-1000 is slow, ugly, and dull. It's a killer combination for a game. We are in a block of dire games right now. In fact, I'm going to arrange things so that the one good game released in April is last, so that we can get all of these out of the way quickly. Champion Pro Wrestling attempts to use a very similar system to Champion Boxing, except it works even worse than it did there. You're controlling the wrestler on the right. I don't know why they decided to ignore game design conventions for that, but they did. To perform any move, even the most basic punch and kick, you have to press and hold button 2 until it cycles to that attack, and then press button 1. If your opponent is in the correct position, then hopefully you perform the attack, and then it does something. There's 5 different moves you can do: kick, chop, drop kick, pile driver, and one-handed BB, which might mean backbreaker. If you miss with the drop kick, then you fall to the ground stunned. And if your opponent is on the ground stunned, then you have an opportunity to pin. You have to win 2 out of 3 matches before you're allowed to continue on to the next difficulty, which just looks exactly the same as the previous. As a general rule of thumb, I don't like 8-bit wrestling games, and Champion Pro Wrestling is a truly awful one. The menu system for attacks barely worked in Champion Boxing, but here it cycles so fast, and attacks are so context-dependent, that the menu's just an exercise in frustration. Champion Wrestling's just a miserable game to play. Now, you might get your hopes up when you saw Hyper Sports, because that's the game from Konami that became known as Track and Field outside of Japan. Well, this version of Hyper Sports is complicated. While it is technically based on the computer version of Hypersports, and you'll even see the little license from Konami at the bottom of the screen, the events in SG-1000's Hypersports are all unique to it. It always cycles through them in the same order: high diving, vault, trampoline, and horizontal bar. So, 3 gymnastics events. And in a move rather similar to Epyx's series of sports games that were becoming popular on computers at the time, all 4 games have their own weird, non-intuitive interface style. For the diving, for example, you have to press and hold button 1 every time the diver jumps up on the board. After doing this 3 times, hopefully you gained enough height, and then you have to mash button 2, which will make them spin. Hit button 1 again when you're ready to straighten out. And if you timed all of the button pushes and releases exactly right, and mashed the button fast enough, then the judges will hopefully give you a score that averages at least 7.6, and you'll be allowed to continue on to the next event. There's no option to practice other events, you just have to get good. Obviously I did not, because I was stuck on the diving. There's just absolutely no leeway in the judging here. They didn't make the first loop easy, or let you continue on and try other events. Not that I'd expect the other events to perform any differently than this. I want to tell you what the concept behind Shinyu Shine Toru-kun is, and you're not going to believe me. It is a port of an arcade game, which could be translated as New Hire Toru, and you have to go around bumping your butt into all of the women in the office, so that you can collect the clues that will let you escape work to go on a date. Now some of you might be looking at the screen and going, why does that office look an awful lot like a school? Well, it was going to be a game set in a high school, but Japan was in the middle of a moral panic over juvenile delinquency, and so Konami changed it to an office setting. The international version, which was titled Mikey, changed things back to being set in a school. To play, you have to go over to the people sitting there minding their own business, walk up beside their desk, and then tap into it. And that makes you mash your butt into it. After 3 butt bumps, they'll swap to the empty desk. And then you can move into the desk in order to take the heart. Collect all of the hearts, and you can go on to the next stage. Meanwhile, your boss isn't happy about any of this, and will chase you around the room. You can beat him up by hitting button 2, and you'll have to hit him 3 times to stun him. The timing for that can be trickier than it seems. You can also hide from your boss by sitting at a desk and pretending to do work. Something that you'll have noticed by this point is that this game uses the Beatles' A Hard Day's Night as its song, and that was actually officially licensed, though it was licensed through the Japanese recording industry, which is obviously a lot less protective of the Beatles than Apple Records. I found the controls in this one to be pretty clunky. If you're not lined up exactly right with the desk, then you'll slide off it and probably get caught by your boss. It's way harder to interact with things, including the exit door, than it really should be. Why is that making this a pretty frustrating game to play? Okay, now we're going to change gears to something decent. GP World is a behind-the-view car racing game, as was the style at the time. It's technically a port of Sega's arcade racing game, but the SG-1000 version takes a lot of features from Nintendo's F1 race. The track progression and the randomized scenery in particular. It's a straightforward racing game where your goal is to complete a number of laps within a time limit, and you get bonus points for the number of cars that you pass. GP World also includes a track editor, so you can create whatever race course you like. Yeah, they might not have had real F1 tracks in this game, but that doesn't mean you can't copy them. It's a very straightforward and simple game, and it's honestly pretty impressive that the SG-1000 does this well with it. You notice that they simplify the sprites to get the scaling to look better, so it'll be monochrome when the car is in the distance, and then when it gets close to you, they'll overlap sprites to give it multiple colors. GP World is a pretty good looking game for the SG-1000. Not quite top of the line for console games at the time, but definitely nothing for Sega to be ashamed of. Star Force is one of those games that was super important in Japanese arcades, and then didn't make any impression anywhere else. It was known for its high-speed action and intense, aggressive stages. And here's the SG-1000 version demonstrating none of that. The game seems to be running at half speed. There's this portion here where you can destroy the core of the combining alien craft if you shoot it rapidly enough after it blinks but before it assembles itself. I can't do this at all in other versions, and I did it effortlessly in the SG-1000 version. There isn't too much to Star Force in shooting action. There isn't a very rare power-up that will let you fire more rapidly, but it's not necessary to get it at all. Shoot the aliens as they fly at you, shoot up the ground targets, and eventually shoot the big block at the end. This version of Star Force just moves too slow for it to be very engaging, and all of the gameplay is a lot simpler as a result. Unfortunately for Sega, this reached store shelves simultaneously with the Famicom version. And that Famicom version was about as close to the arcade as anyone could reasonably expect in 1985. Sega would have to do something about that aging SG-1000 hardware if they wanted to compete. It has been to the SG-1000's detriment that I've had to compare so many of their games to ones released on the family computer. The comparisons make sense. They were direct competitors after all. A lot of what Sega released was in direct response to what Nintendo was doing. And unfortunately, the SG-1000 usually struggled to compete. Space Invaders for the SG-1000 is an excellent port of Taito's classic arcade game. It's much, much better than the terrible port that Taito themselves made to Nintendo's Famicom. There are a few compromises on the SG-1000 version. The game loses a bit of horizontal space, and if you watch the timing really closely, you'll see that there's some speed variation for the invaders depending on which direction they're moving. But as an arcade game, this version is pretty close. The version on the Famicom, that one plays terribly and looks worse. If I were an Invaders fan in 1985, I know which version I'd rather play. And finally, we're back at Othello, now that the Othello Multivision has been discontinued. You might recall that the base SG-1000 wasn't capable of handling Othello, and this cartridge has an extra RAM chip in it to help cover those deficiencies. The interface has also been changed slightly so that it doesn't require the buttons on the console like the Multivision version. As for how it plays, it's Othello. You put down your color piece. If you've surrounded your opponent's color, then you flip them over to your color. Go back and forth until the board is filled up, and whoever has the most pieces when the last one is put down wins. There's options when you press button 1 to have the computer play a move for you, or to take back the previous move. There's also 5 different difficulty levels. Still, in the end, this is just Othello. One of those games that rounds out a system's library, but people aren't going to want to come back to it decades later. How about that? We actually have release dates for the next 2 games. The reason for that is that these games were launch titles for Sega's Card Catcher, an expansion for the SG-1000 hardware that acted as a stopgap to the next revision. The device cost only 1,000 yen, and it lets you play games released on MyCard, a cheaper format for games. A few of the games that we've seen will be re-released in the MyCard format, but those versions were functionally identical. No need to talk about them a second time. These first 2 games were often bundled with the Card Catcher by retailers, which has made them a bit more available. This MyCard game was Zoom 909, otherwise known as Buck Rogers' Planet of Zoom. It was originally a 1982 arcade game by Sega, one that presaged the direction that Sega would go with their arcade game development. There's 2 different styles of gameplay here. You have a behind-the-ship view, where you can fly around in a limited area, dodging obstacles and shooting enemies, and then an overhead view, where the controls are more physics-based and you have to carefully control your thrust to avoid enemies and shoot them down. That mode is kind of similar to Asteroids. Rather than having lives, you have fuel, and the fuel's always ticking down, and when you get destroyed, you lose a large amount of fuel. You have to keep collecting canisters in order to continue playing. Zoom 909 is a really impressive game. I do wish that the behind-the-ship action sections had a bit more going on, and I found the controls in the overhead sections to be tough to use, but there's still a pretty good game here, and I don't think anybody who got a card catcher on release day would complain. Okay, here's the section of the video you've all been waiting for. Dragon Wing is a single-plane beat-em-up in the style of Irem's Spartan X. And when I say in the style of, I mean Dragon Wing was really obviously just copying Spartan X's homework. It's easier to list the things that aren't the same in Dragon Wing. For example, in Dragon Wing you can only kick. Dragon Wing lacks stairs between floors, requiring that you jump up between them. And then after that, I'm really struggling to find differences between Spartan X and Dragon Wing. You've got randomly spawning enemies coming out to attack in Dragon Wing. They're accompanied by random knife throwers in Dragon Wing. The boss on the lowest floor of Dragon Wing is a bow staff wielder. Of course, Dragon Wing plays a lot worse than its direct inspiration. Dragon Wing is slow, Dragon Wing scrolls poorly, Dragon Wing's fighting is unresponsive. The only real advantage that Dragon Wing has is the fun of seeing how many times you can say Dragon Wing in a video segment about Dragon Wing. Dragon Wing. Pitfall 2 is a port of Activision's Atari VCS game that pushed that platform way beyond its limit. Well, I say this is a port, but it's not really. The SG-1000 version of Pitfall 2 is a completely different game. It has echoes of that original VCS version, but a lot of gameplay elements have changed, and the map is completely different. In fact, the whole package is closer to Sega's arcade version of Pitfall 2, though even then there's plenty of differences. This version of Pitfall 2 gives you 3 lives instead of being score-based. Your goal is to collect as much treasure from the caverns as you can get, but it's difficult just getting to the caverns in this version. The game winds up being a lot more linear. You'll have to get through about 3 or 4 minutes of the game before there's even a real choice of paths. Everything before that dead ends after 1 or 2 rooms. There's a lot of randomized things falling on your head, enemies moving in especially tricky patterns, and even the traditional pitfall traps require a lot more precise movement than it seems. This version of Pitfall 2 is a completely different experience from the VCS version, and I think it's actually worse because of that. The differences make Pitfall 2 for the SG-1000 to be much more of a standard game, and not an especially well implemented one. Something that we're going to see with a few of the 1985 titles is that Sega will make them once for the SG-1000, and then make a new version a few years later. So we're going to see Doki Doki Penguin Land again later. This is a Lode Runner-inspired puzzle platformer where your goal is to get the egg to the bottom of the stage unharmed. The egg can fall a short distance without cracking, but if it falls beyond the line that you see below you, then it will break. It'll also break if enemies get their hands on it. Of course, as a penguin, you can jump super high, and so you can get around that egg if necessary. You can also drill through bricks, creating a path to the next layer. And that's your goal here. Drill a hole, make a safe landing for the egg, and push it down until you get to the bottom. If you abandon your egg and keep going toward the bottom of the screen, then you'll reappear at the top, and that's how you avoid getting stuck. You can also jump right on top of the egg if you need to, as long as the egg has a square that it can get shoved into. Doki Doki Penguin Land can be a surprisingly tricky game. Even on the first stage, it's very easy to get that egg trapped forever. At least you can choose what stage you want to start at, since you're not going to get through this game on just 3 lives. Choplifter was originally an action game for Apple II computers, and Compile made this port for the SG-1000. Keep in mind, this is not the port that people recommend for the Master System. Instead, this is the worst thing I've ever played that Compile made. Your goal in Choplifter is to fly into a combat area, blow open areas where hostages are being held, then land your helicopter next to them, pick them up, and get them back into friendly territory. One of the trickier aspects of the game is that you have a button to control your facing, and a button to shoot the helicopter's main gun. And you have to rotate the helicopter sideways to drop bombs on certain ground targets. Those ground targets mainly consist of tanks that come up as you're trying to load hostages, and in this game, you'll find that your bombs often just pass right through the tank. I haven't found any consistent behavior in how the bombs go through and work sometimes and don't work others. Those tanks are also constantly attacking the hostages, not you. I don't think I've seen a body count this high in my other plays of Choplifter. It's also a lot harder in this version to hit enemy fighter jets. Sometimes the buildings that you have to shoot open are just empty, and the hostages like to spread themselves out as much as they can. We're back to ports of Sega arcade games with Bank Panic. An interesting game that's kind of let down by a rough control scheme. The idea in Bank Panic is that you are the sheriff in a western town, and you're guarding your bank, which seems to be arranged in a big circle with 12 individual doors, one for each teller. The goal of every stage is to get one bag of money at each teller's desk. And along the top of the screen, you'll see dots telling you that someone is approaching a door. When someone's at a door, you scroll left and right until that door is in view, then let go of the D-pad. Anyone behind a door on the screen will open it, and you have a split second to judge if they are an outlaw, a little kid wearing a bunch of hats, or someone making a deposit. You'll need to shoot the appropriate person, or the hats off the little kid, by pressing up on the D-pad for the left-hand door, button 1 for the center door, and button 2 for the right-hand door. Ideally, you shoot the outlaw after they draw their gun, but the window to shoot them before they shoot you is very small. If you shoot them before they draw, then you're told unfair, and you get a much smaller number of points. Bank Panic is a tricky game with a lot going on, as you need to juggle the doors, quickly identify if there's someone you need to shoot, and sometimes they're even hiding behind someone making a deposit. But that control scheme is just super clunky. I feel like this one works better with an emulator, where you can set up the fire buttons to be in a more effective position. Chalk and Pop is another case where the Famicom got a completely dreadful port of a game, and the SG-1000 got a pretty good port of the game. And once more, it's based on a Taito arcade game. Maybe Taito didn't know how to make console ports in 1985. The idea of Chalk and Pop is that you're controlling a little guy who can move up onto ceilings, and on every stage you have to blow up the cages containing hearts, and then exit to the upper right. The levels all have eggs on them that will hatch into creatures that we'll see again in a couple of hours. The explosions from the bombs are those little clouds of smoke that spread a lot more slowly than you'd think, and it's very possible for you to get caught in them. The challenge in Chalk and Pop is figuring out how to navigate the stages, where to plant bombs so that you can destroy the enemies in the cages without getting hurt yourself, and avoiding those threats once things start getting out of control. It will take a little while to get used to the control scheme, because the way you maneuver on the ceiling is a little bit tricky. Still, I think this one's pretty fun, and it was the best way to play Chalk and Pop at home in 1985. Troll is one of those games that I struggle to come up with anything interesting to say about it. It's a port of an Apple II computer game, and your goal on every stage is to collect the person that's walking around, the small animal that's zipping with some kind of high-speed jetpack, and whatever little floating object the person was playing with. You've got a jetpack that will allow you to hover in the air, but everything is divided up into 4 horizontal lanes, so the ability to float is a lot less impressive than it seems. You've got a gun that can shoot enemies, and there are gaps in the floor that you can open up by pressing up or down when you're lined up with them. And that's it. There's a radar on the screen, but you don't need it for anything. It's not like you're planning your route around enemies. In fact, I'd say the game would work better if it was a single screen with no scrolling. Wandering around to get to the passages where you can go up and down, and waiting for the things that you need to collect to show up, is really boring. Droll is a real nothing of a game. It exists, and there's nothing more to say about it than that. Well, at last we've hit it. An hour and 33 minutes into this video, and it's the big pivot point. The debut of the Sega Mark III, the successor platform to the SG-1000. No more trying to make a console-computer ecosystem. Just a powerful console with the best technology that 1985 had to offer. It leapfrogged the Famicom in terms of graphics and sound, had more memory which would allow for more complex games, and even offered backward compatibility, both with SG-1000 cartridges and a built-in slot for my cards. It was the ultimate gaming machine, and it could be yours for a mere 15,000 yen, the same price as the Famicom. So why didn't it win? Why aren't we all speaking Sega right now? Well, that's the subject of endless arguments online, but my feelings come down to 2 primary factors. First, in those crucial initial months, Sega didn't really support the Mark III especially well. The company still seemed to consider arcades to be the future of gaming, and the console division just got completely ignored. We're going to see a software rollout for the Mark III that was significantly slower than the SG-1000's. All of the games coming from one tiny internal group within Sega itself. Meanwhile, over on the Famicom, well, there was this. The release of Super Mario Bros. Was seismic. A monster hit right out of the gate that was changing the landscape of video games forever. That would be impossible to compete with, even with a properly staffed and supported software division at Sega. And there is problem 2 for the Mark III. 1985 and 86 were when the Famicom went from being the biggest thing since sliced bread to being the biggest thing, period. All of the third-party support that Nintendo had lined up for the past year was now bearing fruit. The number of Famicom games released in 1986 in Japan dwarfed the entire Mark III library. Sega, for whatever reason, thought they could go it alone. That all Mark III games could be done in-house. And they were doing that in the face of the Famicom rewriting the rules of the industry, proving that licensing was far more powerful. There's other complications. Sega's arcade division that'd be feeding ports to the Mark III was in the middle of pivoting to technology that couldn't be effectively replicated on a home system for another 10 years. That wound up making a lot of Mark III games look weak. And in terms of interface design, the Mark III still had some catching up to do. There's only 2 buttons on the controllers, or at least they now had another button, just built into the console itself. Salvation for the Mark III would come from sources outside of Japan, but that is years off at this point. So let's take a look at what games were initially available for the Sega Mark III. First up is Hang On, the big system seller for the Mark III. The smash hit arcade game was barely 3 months old when this arrived on consoles. In the arcade, Hang On was the advent of Sega's superscalar technology, the broad collective term for a group of graphics hardware and Sega arcade machines that could quickly and freely scale large numbers of sprites. In the most common form of the arcade version, you sat on a motorcycle to play. That wasn't going to happen for the home version, but Sega did release a pair of handlebar controllers for the Mark III. As a game, it's a simple checkpoint racer. You've got a time limit. You go as fast as you can to reach the checkpoint, where you'll get more time. Now, Hang On wasn't the most complicated superscalar game. We're going to crash into some of those soon enough. But I think that helps in this situation, because it means that this version of Hang On compares pretty favorably to the arcade version. The graphics are downgraded, but not as much as you might expect. And on the Mark III, the gameplay is fast and smooth. Exactly what you'd want from a racing game. One minor problem, though, is that there's racing games of roughly this same quality available over with the competitor. Yeah, if you put them side by side, then Hang On looks better. But you'd have to put them side by side to really notice. Hang On's a good racing game and fun to play. I'm just not sure it was the showpiece that the Mark III needed at launch. Of course, Hang On was a spectacle compared to Teddy Boy Blues. This is a port of an arcade game whose big claim to fame was that it featured a song by Yoko Ishino, and you get the 8-bit version of that song in the Mark III version. When this was released internationally, they had to drop the song, but in Brazil they replaced the license with the comic Geraldinho. And that's far from the last time I'm going to say something like that in this video. Yoko Ishino actually appears in digitized form in the arcade version, but she's been removed for the home version. The manual explains that she has a fear of mazes. That is 100% real, I did not make that up. The Teddy Boys of the title is referring to a bit of British youth culture from the 50s and 60s. Basically, young people dressing stylishly and enjoying rock. The hero in the game is supposed to be a teddy boy, though I really don't see it myself. Every stage of the game has enemies popping out of dice. The number on the face tells you how many enemies are left inside it. When you shoot one of these enemies, they turn into a little ball that you collect, and once you've collected all of the enemy balls, then you go on to the next stage. A major feature of every level is that the game scrolls infinitely in all directions. Early on, the play area is only one screen, but it keeps you in the center and constantly scrolling it around. You just keep looping whichever way you go. Teddy Boy Blues did have one technical trick from that scrolling, which you can't do this on Nintendo. Teddy Boy Blues could freely scroll horizontally and vertically simultaneously. People would learn how to do that on the Famicom eventually, but in 1985, you either did one direction or the other, and the few examples of diagonal scrolling were pretty choppy. Unfortunately, it's also the kind of graphical trick that would make programmers looking at it go, "Ooh, that's nice," and the kids buying the game wouldn't even notice. One week after the Mark III launched, it got its third game, Great Soccer, and I think it's a bit presumptuous to call the game great. It is worlds better than Champion Soccer. Champion Soccer was nigh unplayable. Great Soccer is functional. It has scaled soccer down to a pretty small area and made it basically five-a-side. But comparing it to other soccer games at the time, especially Sega's previous one, this is fine. You can actually control the ball now. You can pass it up the field and shoot goals without any trouble. You still have direct control of the goalie, but when you consider the small scale of the game, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I wouldn't call Great Soccer great, but it is a good soccer game by 1985 standards. I just wouldn't want to go back and revisit it. And now we're back to SG-1000 games. Support for the platform crashes out at the end of the year. After that, there's only 10 SG-1000 games remaining, spread out across 18 months. Sega ported Taito's Elevator Action themselves, but unfortunately, unlike the previous two Taito ports that Sega made for the SG-1000, Elevator Action really comes up short. In the game, you try to get a spy from the top floor of a skyscraper to the parking garage in the basement, and collect all of the intelligence you find on the way. The SG-1000 version has only one building layout. You get away at the bottom, and then you start it all over again. The enemies are also aggressive in ways that make the game less fun. They'll rush right over to stand by the elevator and then fire the instant your feet get into view. Once they're out the door and in position, it is very difficult to get past them, especially in the upper area where there's only one elevator shaft. The best strategy is to just rush through, but that isn't much fun if you're trying to get points. The Famicom version of elevator action wasn't very good, and it was also pretty buggy thanks to a port by notoriously bad contract developer Micronix, but it's still miles better than this version. The SG-1000 port of elevator action just isn't any fun to play at all. Rockin' Bolt sounds like it should have had the title Lock-on Bolt, but no, Rockin' Bolt is the actual title of the original Western release of the game. It was originally for the Commodore 64 and developed in the UK. This is an arcade-style game with a pretty simple concept. There's a series of moving platforms, and your job is to bolt them down so they quit moving around. But once you've bolted them down, then you have to get back to the start of the stage. So finding the right place to bolt them down matters a lot. On some stages, position matters even more, with every moving piece having a spot it's supposed to go in. And if you're wrong, then it'll be indicated by the bolts being colored red. You're on a timer, and if it runs out, then you lose a life. It's a game that's conceptually very simple, but as the moving platforms of the stages become more complex, you'll have to do a lot more planning to make sure you can get everything bolted down and then get out. Also on later stages, the platforms will be spread across multiple screens, and you'll have to walk off the edge to reach the next section. In the original computer game, there were about 100 stages, but for this version, there's really only roughly 20. So it's been scaled back quite a bit. Still, this is a pretty enjoyable action puzzle game, unlike anything else on the SG-1000. It's only been 2 months and already we have Hang On 2. Hang On 2 is an SG-1000 exclusive, and it's just Hang On again. Though in this case, I think it's a lot more impressive because of how well it plays on much weaker hardware. Hang On 2 still looks good, still plays very smoothly, and it even has a couple tricks that the Mark III version didn't, since you can see S-curves in the road. Since I just went over Hang On, I don't really feel a need to go in depth on Hang On 2. I'll just point out that if those new Mark III owners bought Hang On, and then bought Hang On 2, they'd still probably have a good time with it. We're back with the Champion Sports with Champion Ice Hockey. This isn't even the last Champion game. Champion Ice Hockey is, well, ice hockey. And in this case, I think it's a reasonable for its time version of that sport. And unless I'm forgetting something, it's also the first ice hockey video game released in Japan. Pong derivatives calling themselves hockey notwithstanding. As a hockey game, it's fine. It plays a lot like Great Soccer that we saw a few seconds ago. You've got scaled down teams, you're controlling the goalie, pressing up and down on the D-pad adjust where you're aiming on the goal simultaneously with your skating. But it's all fine. There's nothing really egregious here. There's just also nothing that really stands out in Champion Ice Hockey. It's a sports game from 1985. They were still very bare bones at that point. I have played so many versions of Sokoban. The box-pushing puzzle game was a big hit on computer systems, and it became one of the cornerstone games in Japan. So that's why every single platform has some version of Sokoban. And that means I have played the starting puzzles of Sokoban more times than I can count, which made it a real surprise when I started up the SG-1000 version and was immediately thrown into puzzles I had never seen before. No tutorial puzzles here, you have to immediately figure out the one move that works. Now at least in these first few puzzles, they are so locked in and constrained that it really is figure out the one thing you can do, and then do it a dozen times. So my immediate reaction from just playing a small handful of puzzles was, well, no baby puzzles, but these still aren't great puzzles. Maybe there's more thoughtful ones further on. There are 100 puzzles total here, and an editor that will let you create more. Maybe the most annoying thing is that if you do make a mistake, you have to press and hold buttons 1 and 2 simultaneously for about 5 seconds to end the life and start over. So in the end, this is Sokomon again. In terms of puzzles, maybe a bit better than the Disk System or the PC Engine version, but it's still the exact same game that you'd expect when you saw that title. Fushigi no Oshiro Pit Pot, or Mysterious Castle Pit Pot, is a game that really demonstrates the capabilities of the Mark III. You play as a knight trying to rescue a princess, but the princess demands that you recover all of the treasures in the castle before you save her, otherwise she just kills you. Around the edge of every room are permanent tiles, but the ones in the center can all be knocked away to force enemies into pits or lock them out of certain paths. There's a lot of special items to collect, like keys that open new paths, and a potion that will make you invincible for a while. It makes for a clever little action game. Not top tier, but enjoyable enough, and more expansive than any game we've seen on a Sega platform thus far. Officially, the knight that's the main character in Pit Pot is the older brother of another Sega character. See if you can figure out which one before I get to that game. The sports games keep on coming, but this one's for the Mark III. So it's a great game. Or Great Baseball in this case. And Great Baseball is very transparently a copy of Nintendo's baseball. Some of that is because Nintendo figured out a few things that worked, like a good pitching interface. But Great Baseball is a direct copy of every other aspect of Nintendo's game. Well, except for one thing. Your fielders will maneuver to catch the ball automatically. I guess someone at Sega was also annoyed with how slow the fielders moved. In Great Baseball, you have different teams, but that just changes the uniform color. Players don't have individual stats. The pitchers don't get tired out and have to be switched. There's no coaching or team management. It's just 2 views of the park, pitching and swinging the bat. I'm not fond of these baseball games to begin with, but at least I can say that Great Baseball is tied for the best baseball game available in 1985. Alright, we're back over to the SG-1000 for Bomb Jack. Not Mighty Bomb Jack, just Bomb Jack. This is a port of Tecmo's arcade hit, a single-screen game that almost feels like a maze chase game. It's just they turned it into a platforming game instead. Every stage has a bunch of bombs on it, and your goal is to collect all of the bombs. Bomb Jack has the ability to jump pretty high, but he can jump super high if you hold down up on the control pad and then hit jump. Plus, he can float down slowly if you continue to hold down the jump button. After you collect the first bomb on a stage, one of them will get a lit fuse. It's not a timer though. Collecting the bomb with the lit fuse increases the bonus meter. And every time you get the bomb with the lit fuse, another one lights up. The way the bombs light up follows a particular sequence, so there's usually a line you can follow. When the bonus meter fills up, a P coin appears, and collecting that turns all of the enemies into bonus coins that you can collect. The enemies are constantly spawning in and dropping down from random locations, which can make them rather tricky to avoid. And that means collecting the P coin to freeze them all in place and make them collectible also gives you clearance to get more bombs. Bomb Jack is a game that has a lot of complexity behind it, even though it seems simple on the surface, which is really the best approach for arcade games. The SG-1000 port is decent enough. It's obviously a huge step down visually, but it plays fast and smooth. It's a pretty decent version if you wanted to play Bomb Jack. You might recall that the Famicom has a game called Championship Load Runner. The Famicom version of Championship Loadrunner was heavily arranged, which means that this version of Championship Loadrunner is a fairly different game. In fact, it goes a bit further than that, because it's a whole new port of Loadrunner to the SG-1000. Compile essentially made a whole new version of Loadrunner that runs better than the version that Sega made. This version of Championship Loadrunner uses the same level progression as the computer versions of Championship Loadrunner. Stages created by players of the original and selected for their difficulty. The first few stages here require incredibly tight movement. If you open the path, you have just enough time to go all the way around, grab the gold bars, and get out again as the hole seals behind you. And the second level begins with you having to run back and forth on an enemy's head as you both drop. You are instantly thrown into the deep end of Loadrunner with this game. It's weird that the better playing version of Loadrunner on the SG-1000 is also totally unapproachable by new players. Hero is a VCS port to the SG-1000, and in this case it was one of Activision's most forward-looking games. The premise is that the titular HERO has to rescue people from the bottom of cave systems. In the original, they had a helicopter pack, but here it's a jetpack. You have the ability to shoot beams that will destroy creepy crawlies that get in your way, and plant sticks of dynamite that can blow up tough walls. You're on a time limit, and that limit runs down even faster as you fire your beam. The big challenge here is that the hero is fragile. Bump into one of those monsters and you die. Touch a glowing object and you die. Stand too close to your dynamite, and you die. As the game progresses, those caves become awfully big. And in this SG-1000 version, you at least can skip ahead quite a bit. Unfortunately, this doesn't play nearly as well as the original Atari VCS version. Apparently in that switch to a jetpack, the hero lost their ability to fly smoothly. You have to press and hold up for several seconds to take off, and then it steers very poorly. The controls here are weirdly finicky. Hero's a fun game, but I definitely play the VCS version way before this. By the end of 1985, arcade shoot-'em-ups were already moving past the Xevious clone, but home consoles were always lagging a couple years behind. And so here's Satellite 7, another copy of Xevious, with nothing else going on for it. Oh, there's stars that you can collect, and if you get enough of the same color, you'll get some more bonus points. And there's no crosshair for your ground attack, so taking out targets down there can be harder than it should be. But this really feels like somebody went, okay, we need to shoot 'em up for our new game console, so just copy Xevious and call it a day. Satellite 7 is boring and generic, and the exact kind of game that just gets lost to history because no one could possibly care about it. Ah, the notorious F-16 Fighting Falcon. This isn't the first time that someone has attempted to put a flight simulator on a console, but it is one of the earliest attempts. It's a port of a computer game that's one of those small dominoes that led to big consequences, including the release of Tetris in countries outside of the Iron Curtain. I'm not going to pretend to tell you that this notoriously bad game, often pointed to as the worst thing on the Master System, is actually secretly great. It's not. It's slow, clunky, has terrible controls, isn't detailed enough for a simulator, and doesn't have enough action for a more arcadey title. And that's before I even get into how awful it looks. But there is one special thing about F-16 Fighting Falcon. It is the very first console game that you could play networked. You could use a serial cable plugged into the joystick ports and connect two Mark IIIs that way. And if you did that, then two players could engage in a bit of deathmatch. There were a few earlier consoles that had modems, but F-16 Fighting Falcon was the first time that you got network play out of the box. Of course, if you did go through all the trouble of getting a second Mark III another copy of the game, another television set, a friend to play it all with, and the serial cable with the appropriate connections on both ends, then you are still playing F-16 Fighting Falcon. It's time for another entry in the Great Sports series with Great Tennis, and once again, it is a one-to-one copy of Nintendo's version of the sport. At least in this case, it's a good way to move the sport to a video game, but it does make Great Tennis feel more like library filler, rather than something that you'd want a Mark III in order to play. Why buy a Mark III and play Great Tennis when Nintendo's tennis is right there? One thing that I did notice that was different was that the computer opponent in Great Tennis felt a lot more natural than Nintendo's tennis. Not totally natural, of course, but it still properly faked mistakes that you'd reasonably expect a human player to make, like not going after a ball quickly enough, or accidentally sending a shot out of bounds. I think it made Great Tennis feel just a bit more natural to play. I feel like these early Mark III releases are going a long way toward proving my point that in 1985, Sega just didn't know what to do with a console division. It feels like we're getting a lot of obligatory games. Things being made because they fit a popular mold at the time, or in the case of Astro Flash, a mold from 2 years ago, and not a lot of passion or creativity behind them. The kinds of things that would be cranked out in 2 months because the boss needs something to fill this slot. So here's Astro Flash, the side-scrolling shoot-'em-up that features a transforming robot. A genre of shoot-'em-up that flared into popularity very briefly around 1983, and then faded into the background almost as quickly. The gimmick with Astro Flash is that you have a health bar and a weapon bar. The weapon bar gets filled up by shooting up a van and collecting the item that comes out of it. That sets off a roulette, and when you press button 1 it stops on a letter, and that's your new weapon. It has a limited number of shots, and when those run out you revert back to the fighter craft form with the basic A weapon, or I guess a weapon. Most, but not all of the weapon forms transform you into a robot. And of course the robot plays pretty much exactly the same as the fighter jet. The stages are long, generic waves of enemies repeated over and over again. And there's just nothing here. This is a really shallow game that was trying to cash in on trends that were already past by this point. Seishun Scandal, or Scandal of Youth, was an arcade game, so the Mark III is finally getting back to those. It's pretty clearly Sega's take on Irem's Spartan X, or Kung Fu Master. You're one lone guy with martial arts, walking in a straight line, kicking, punching, and eventually rescuing your girlfriend. The first thing you're going to notice about Seishun Scandal is that any contact with anything is instantly fatal. And avoiding even the most basic of enemies is not a simple task. They'll often attack before you have a chance to respond, and if you use something with a longer reach, then you're leaving yourself open to the enemy that was right behind them. There are some things that can give you an advantage, like punching bottles out of the air and sending them flying into your foes, but just surviving more than a couple of seconds in Seishun Scandal is an accomplishment. I actually think it's significantly more difficult than the arcade version. Not that the arcade game is easy, it's just that this home version feels especially mean. We're back in SG-1000 land for 2 releases in February. I'm going to start things off with Compile's CISO, a port of one of their computer games. The way it works is that you have to complete 3 different goals on every stage, and then you advance to the next one. Stages always have a general layout that's the same. There are platforms, the block in the upper left is always closed off, but the arrangement of holes, ladders, trampolines, and seesaws is always different. You have to collect all of the items, destroy all of the flying things, and kill all of the enemies. Your tool for destroying enemies are the seesaws. You can pop them up into the air and crush them in the ceiling, cause it to come crashing down on them and squish them, that kind of thing. CISO is a classic-style arcade game where you're given a tool and a task and then set to it. But I kind of feel that the game is a bit busy. It didn't need so many things happening all at once. I feel like it winds up diluting its central mechanic that way. It's a cute game, just one I don't find to be outstanding. Ninja Princess is an arcade port that we're actually going to see again because there's going to be another port of it. It's a run and gun where you play as Kurumi, the Ninja Princess. A tyrant has taken control over their local area, and she is going to run and gun through a bunch of vertically scrolling stages to try to stop them. Button 1 will throw a shuriken in the direction that Kurumi's running, while button 2 always throws the shuriken straight up. There are power-ups in the game, scrolls that you can collect, which increase the strength of your shuriken, allowing them to penetrate enemies and do more damage to bosses. There are other scrolls that you can find, and you'll have to collect 5 of them in order to go to the final boss. Otherwise, reaching the final stage will send you back to the beginning. The screen scrolling was restricted in the SG-1000 version of Ninja Princess, but it compartmentalizes the game in a way that works pretty well for the platform. Scrolling in slow, jerky steps would have thrown the action off. Ninja Princess is one of the more fun action games on the SG-1000, and it's well remembered as one of the classics of Sega's early video game days. Champion Kendo ends the trilogy, I guess, of fighting games on the SG-1000. After boxing and wrestling, now we have Kendo, and it works fairly similar to those previous 2 games. In a match, you hold down button 1 and push in a direction to prep a move. A high, medium, or low swing, and then you release it to do it. If you connect cleanly, you get a point, and get 2 out of 3 points to defeat an opponent. You are playing as an entire school, or group, and once a character is defeated, then the next member of the team comes out. Now, even though movement is stiff, and the actions are limited, Champion Kendo at least plays better than Champion Boxing and Champion Wrestling. It's much easier to get a feel for how to do something. And since rounds are resolved in one hit, the game plays pretty fast. And yet, controlling a team prevents the game from going too fast. There aren't many 8-bit Kendo games out there, not many Kendo games in general, and Champion Kendo is easily the best of those. As you might expect from the title, Comical Machine Gun Joe is a lighthearted game about gunning down everyone who crosses your path. You're controlling Joe as he walks back and forth at the bottom of the screen, and similar to Ninja Princess, you can either fire straight up, or you can fire in the direction Joe is facing. You also have the ability to jump, which is useful for dodging incoming bullets, or getting rid of bombs before they explode. Once you shoot enough guys, then a boss comes out who takes a few more hits, and defeating them lets you move on to the next screen. This feels like the halfway step between single-screen shooters like Galaga and run-and-gun games like Commando. The horizontal movement's tied to the bottom of the screen, and you don't have much in the way of vertical movement except for jumping, but that still gives you plenty of mobility, plus you're advancing through an area as you kill everyone. Pretty much everyone you shoot will drop something, like little guys who will cling to you and slow you down, or bombs that will stick with you and eventually explode unless you jump up and shake them off. And sometimes they even drop things that won't hurt you. Comical Machine Gun Joe is a pretty fun shooting gallery, although it is brutally difficult. You're gonna die a lot if you play this one. To me, the only thing that comes to mind to describe Ghost House is astoundingly mediocre. This feels like a game where a programmer who never went to the arcades was told by his boss to make their own version of Makaimura, Capcom's Ghost and Goblins. Ghost House has some real 1983 design sensibilities behind it. It's a very primitive platforming game where monsters spawn infinitely, and your goal is to kill the 5 vampires in the house. So you run around nondescript rooms with uninteresting platforming, killing the same generic, infinitely spawning enemies over and over again, collecting the items that will give you an attack power-up, then hitting the vampire until it goes away, and then you do it all over again. Everything in Ghost House is boring. The monster design, the environment, the action, it all reeks of an assignment made quickly to get some product on the shelf. And to top it all off, Ghost House would be primitive and backward in 1986 when it was released. It's not the worst Mark III game, but it's definitely down there. But now let's go to the opposite end of the Sega spectrum from that, since the Mark III port of Fantasy Zone is pretty good and really shows off the system's capabilities. Fantasy Zone was Sega's arcade smash shoot-'em-up, where company mascot Opa Opa had to destroy all of the enemy generators, get cash to buy power-ups, and then you blow away the bosses that appear. The arcade version of Fantasy Zone is one of Sega's all-time greats, and this Mark III version manages to maintain a lot of the qualities of the original. Fantasy Zone was known for its bright, candy-colored aesthetic, and the improved colors and palette that the Mark III had available to it really let this version stand out. Because Sega considered themselves to be an arcade company that happened to have a console division, they licensed Fantasy Zone for a lot of other ports. And even when those ports were good, like the Famicom version, the port to Sega's own console still came out on top. In the early days of the platform, this was a showpiece for the Mark III, and one of the big reasons to pick up the system. SG-1000 games were still dribbling onto the shelves, and Super Tank shows that Sega really felt like they were onto a winning formula with Ninja Princess. Because, once again, this is a run and gun where you can fire straight up, or in the direction that you are moving. There's some ground installations that you have a little radar pointing you toward, and sometimes when you smash these up, you'll reveal a bonus area that you can go into. You also have a super attack that you can activate by pushing both buttons at once, and that launches your tank up as a big mortar shell. The base design and the radar make the game look a lot like Namco's Bosconian, but you can't freely roam around the stages in Super Tank. Also, if you drove past all the installations, it wouldn't matter since there's a boss at the end of the stage anyways. The thing is, this game just winds up feeling derivative. Sega found something that worked, and then they made multiple copies of it. And this isn't bad, it's just not as exciting as it was before. This is the SG-1000 version of Wonder Boy, and it's a good thing that Sega would make another port, because this version sucks all of the fun out of Wonder Boy. The arcade version of Wonder Boy was developed by Westone, and Sega distributed it. That was a big hit, and Sega wound up owning the game, but not the name. So Westone licensed the game to Hudson, who released the Famicom version of Adventure Island almost simultaneously with this version of Wonder Boy, and that Famicom game sold more than 1 million copies, while the SG-1000 game, well, it's hard to find any copies of it at all. Wonder Boy is a platform game that wants to rush you. You have a bar that acts as a timer, since touching any enemy will kill you instantly, and you have to collect fruit to restore that rapidly running down clock as you dash to the end of the stage. The SG-1000 version of Wonder Boy moves slow, stutters a lot, changes all of the levels to focus more on jumping challenges rather than the high-speed action, loses the way that the stages are broken up so that you'll have to confront a boss at the end of every one of them, and positions enemies so that it's hard to build up speed once you've lost it. The best thing I can say about it is that it's a different experience from any other version of Wonder Boy. Different enough that I think it would be fair to say that this isn't a port. It's a whole new game inspired by Wonder Boy. But even in that case, it's a terrible Wonder Boy game. At least we won't be waiting long to play a good version of this. So far, nearly every single shoot 'em up that's been released on a Sega platform has been pretty bad. However, Gull Cave marks the start of a turning point for the genre on these platforms. It's not all bangers from this point on, but we're flipping the ratio. Gull Cave is also one of the rarest and most expensive SG-1000 games because it's one of Compile's early shooter efforts. A lot of the DNA that goes into their later shooters is present here. Maybe the most obvious of which is the little jingle that plays when you get an extra life. As a shoot-'em-up, Gull Cave has a few innovations. Your ship has a shield bar, and when that gets depleted, one more hit will make you lose a life. Rather than having a linear progression of weapons, there's an enormous power bar at the bottom of the screen, and power-ups with numbers on them will drop from enemies. Collecting those will bump you up that many points on the scale, and the power is not linear. There's a big screen-clearing shot in the middle of the bar, and then the next step up on the meter is a narrow laser beam. Gull Cave is incredibly impressive on SG-1000 hardware as well. There really aren't any comparable games with this fast action on the system. If it wasn't for the limited color palette, you'd almost think that this was a Mark III game. There's a good argument to be made that Gull Cave is the best game for the SG-1000. And of course it came at the very end of the system's life, when the successor platform was already there, and so it failed to get any traction when it was released. Oh hey, it's another blatant copy of Irem Spartan X, or Kung Fu Master. At least in the case of Hokuto no Ken, Sega has attached an interesting license to it. It's the first of a duology of Mark III licensed games released on July 20th. They got stripped of their theme when transferred to the US, and given the worst covers ever. Hokuto no Ken is based on, Hokuto no Ken, known internationally as Fist of the North Star. You know, it's the one about the Bruce Lee-like guy who wanders a Mad Max-style wasteland and makes people explode by punching them. Also lets people know if they are or are not already dead. Yeah, that's the one. In the video game Hokuto no Ken, you wander a post-apocalyptic wasteland and make people explode by punching them. So a fairly accurate translation of the original. You're continually rushed by generic thugs, and then every once in a while, someone with a special weapon will emerge. They take a few more hits to defeat. This game is brutally difficult. Enemies have a bad tendency to stop just short of your reach, but you're still within their reach. And of course, they react much faster than you. This was one of the more popular Mark III games in Japan, and as a result, it eventually got a remake on the PlayStation 2. I think that this was a case where people were really happy with how it represented the property, and sometimes that's enough for people. The game that became known as pro wrestling in the US had a unique license in Japan. It was Gokuak Dome Dump Matsumoto, or the Evil Alliance's Dump Matsumoto. Dump Matsumoto was one of the most popular wrestlers in Japan at the time, and the Evil Alliance was the group of villainous wrestlers that she led. For a while, she was the face of women's wrestling in Japan. Sega made an arcade game based on her, and that's what got ported to the Mark III. As for how this game plays, well, it has a lot of the problems of 8-bit wrestling games. The control scheme is pretty bad, the action is slow and dull, and even though it uses real-world wrestlers, there's no personality. It took a long time for people to figure out how to make pro wrestling games interesting, and this was well before that point. This is an interesting historical curiosity, and not much fun to play. Sega's not doing themselves a lot of favors by copying other people's games. Action Fighter is a pretty blatant copy of Midway's Spy Hunter. Though I'm not sure Spy Hunter got distribution in Japan, so maybe Mark III players weren't aware of that. In Action Fighter, you're driving a car at high speeds and using machine guns to shoot up anybody in the road. By destroying cars, they'll release letters that you collect, and after you collect enough of them, you gain the ability to transform back and forth between a car and a motorcycle. The road will loop endlessly unless you collect all the letters, and after that, when you cross the end of the road, you'll take to the skies instead of going back to the start. Once you're flying, it becomes a Xevious-style shoot-'em-up with an air attack and a ground attack. There's also semis that you can pull up behind and then drive into, and these will give your car some kind of temporary super weapon. Rather than lives, the game is on a timer, and once that runs out, the next time that you die, it's game over. I've always found the action in Action Fighter to be a little awkward. I guess that's the best word for it. Things never quite line up right. Sometimes you'll just crash into the back of the power-up semi instead of getting on board it. You can make the car jump, but it's really only good for getting over some gaps in the road, so it winds up not being that helpful. It's like there's an outline of a good game here, and that game is Spy Hunter. So I'm going to be up front here. I've never liked the Spy vs. Spy game. Not the computer version, not the NES version, not the Famicom version, and not the Mark III version. I know there's people out there for whom this is a beloved classic, but this is a game that gets on my nerves for so many reasons. The idea is that you're playing head-to-head. One player controlling the white spy, the other player controlling the black spy, both from Mad Magazine's comic strip. If you don't have a human to control the other spy, then the computer will do it for you. Your goal is to collect pieces of information and then find the exit to the stage. And every level is a series of interconnected rooms with the same set of props randomly selected and dropped into it. The items you're recovering could be hidden inside any one of those, and those same items can also contain traps and things that you can use to disarm traps. If you get hit by a trap, then you die and have to wait a few seconds to revive. Of course, if you have the item to disarm the trap, then you get by it with no problem. It creates a situation where you either have to pay attention to what your opponent is placing so that you know that you're carrying the right thing when you get to that location, or everything just winds up being luck-based. There's not enough flexibility here to set clever plans. It's not like you can booby-trap something to keep them away from the items that you're looking for, because you're both looking for the exact same items, and if you know where one is, then you've already carried it off. The most you can do is block the path to the exit, in which case if you're going to the exit, then you have to hope that you're constantly carrying the correct item for the booby trap when you pass through the doors. Spy vs. Spy is just bad game design, and I just can't stand playing it. If there's one thing that Sega has been good at with their platforms, it's the racing games. And the circuit is a perfect example of that. You've got 12 tracks, the action is very smooth, and they've even thrown in a few extra bonus features. In the circuit, you're trying to complete one lap as fast as possible, so you're racing the clock rather than the other cars. And you'll get points at the end based on your time. Those points aren't your score. You spend them on power-ups that you can use in the next race. You can improve the accelerator, the handling, or the top speed. Those power-ups only last one race, and the only way that you can afford more than one is if you save up. But that means there's a bit of strategy here. Save your points on the tracks that you're good at, and spend them to ensure a quick time on tracks where you're not so good. I'd say that when the circuit was released, it was the best racing game available for a home console. A big step up over anything on a Nintendo platform, and even a significant improvement over what Sega had already made. The competition for the best racing game really heats up in 1987, however right now, this is the top. The Castle is a style of game that you didn't see a lot of on consoles, because it was kind of popular on computers for about 2 years between 1982 and 1983, and it would take consoles a little while before they were capable of replicating that. This is an exploration game. Not search action or Metroidvania, or whatever you want to call it these days. Just exploration. You've got a series of rooms laid out in a big grid, a whole bunch of doors, and a whole bunch of keys. get a key whose color matches the door you walk up to, and you'll go through it. The world of the castle is pretty large, and as a result, they had to put an 8K memory chip in this cartridge. Your hero can jump over the enemies, and for the most part, you deal with them by crushing them with pushable objects. Of course, you're also at risk of getting crushed. So you'll explore this big castle, trying to figure out paths that will let you get through each room, figuring out the most effective ways that you can use your keys to explore more areas, and that's the entire game. This one got a Famicom port, but the Famicom port changed things up a lot. The castle wound up with a radically different layout. And this is one of the cases where I think the SG-1000 got the better playing version. Back to the SG-1000 and Compile again. Championship Billiards is a billiards game, but it's not a pool game, or a snooker game, or let's be honest here, it's not a billiards game either. Your goal on every stage is to pocket all of the balls. You have a number of shots, and if you fail to pocket a ball with a shot, then that number decreases. There's 50 different table layouts, and they're not all rectangular with pockets in the corner. There's variations in table friction, strange table shapes, some with slopes on them. Now, if all of this sounds kind of familiar to you, that's because you might have played Lunar Ball, or Lunar Pool as it was known on the NES. However, Champion Billiards is not a port of that game. It's a sequel to it. Compile created the original Lunar Ball, which was originally for computers before it got ported to the Famicom. And they took what they learned and made this sequel for the SG-1000. If I was the kind of person who told people to look out for hidden gems, then Champion Billiards would be something I'd point to. Did you have that one unfortunate kid in your class whose parents got them a Master System instead of an NES and would insist that Alex Kidd was better than Super Mario Bros.? Well, Scott, you're wrong. You were wrong then, and 40 years later, you're still wrong. Alex Kidd No Miracle World is such a transparent attempt for Sega to ride Super Mario's coattails. And like every other attempt to ride Super Mario's coattails in 1986, and there were a lot of them, it couldn't hold a candle to the original. Now, Alex Kidd was far from the worst of those copies, but it has a lot of significant problems. Alex has a tiny little punch as his attack. The jump and attack buttons are reversed from what would become the standard. The first stage has you going down a well, meaning that the first level of a platforming game makes the platforming meaningless. The bosses have to be defeated with rock, paper, scissors, and while there are patterns that you can learn to beat them every time, when you first encounter them, you're just going to be playing a guessing game. Alex Kidd No Miracle World is best when it abandons its central gameplay concept and gives you a vehicle. It almost feels like Alex Kidd is working against the game being fun. The only real advantage it has over Super Mario Bros. Is the graphical power of the Mark III. But the history of video games is littered with titles that were pretty to look at, terrible to play, and left in the dust when the next big thing hit. And we're back to Ninja Princess again. Sort of. Because Ninja Princess 1 Mega Bond Ninja takes the princess out of Ninja Princess. It was definitely intended for the US market, where in the 80s and 90s, game companies seemed to be terrified at the thought of releasing a game with a female protagonist. So in this version, which gets its title from the cartridge being 1 megabit in size, the Ninja Princess is substituted with just some guy. Now that said, this is a much better playing port of Ninja Princess. It still has the same mechanics where one button shoots the direction that you're moving and the other shoots straight up the screen. But now you have some control over your vertical scrolling. You're not just moving the screen in steps. And you can backtrack a little bit for maneuverability. In fact, I'd say the biggest problem with this version of Ninja Princess is that in late 1986, it's starting to really show its age. The arcade game was one of the first tentative steps into the genre of top-down run-and-guns, and just 8 days after Ninja Princess 1 Megabond Ninja was released, Sega would release a different top-down run-and-gun built on all of the concepts that had developed since then. And here it is, Ashura. Sega's home division was doing a lot of borrowing of concepts from other popular games, and Ashura is very transparently a copy of SNK's Ikari, or Ikari Warriors outside of Japan. That might be why they got the Rambo license for the US release of this one. Ikari Warriors was a transparent take on Rambo, just without the license. And in the case of Ashura, Sega wound up outdoing Ikari, at least the home port. The Famicom version of Ikari was notoriously awful, while Ashura's a top-tier run-and-gun. There's tons of action on the screen, you've got your machine gun, and you can fire explosive arrows to blow up huts that release guys who give you more explosive arrows. That's a vicious cycle there. The biggest problem with Ashura is that sometimes the hit detection feels a little bit finicky with those explosives. But this is still a really solid action game, one of the strongest ones from the early days of the Mark III. And speaking of copying other people's homework, here's Astro Warrior, a game that is so obviously a copy of Tecmo's Star Force that I think Sega was just hoping that their console was unpopular enough that no one would notice. Okay, there are differences, not that you can tell at first glance because it looks exactly the same. But the big difference here is that you've got a power-up system that seems to pull from Gradius. Not that you select your abilities, more that the abilities that you get are inspired by Konami's shooter. Sometimes ships will just come down the screen, and as you collect them, you'll power up your shot until it eventually becomes a laser. And then after that, more power-ups will come down, and those will become options that trail behind your ship. The bosses look so much like something out of a Compile shooter that I had to wonder if Compile did a little bit of work on this one themselves, though I can't find any evidence of that. Astro Warrior is a really good shoot-'em-up, and it's nice that Sega's finally getting shooters on their platform that are worthwhile. Now here we go, a notorious train wreck of a game. High School Kimengumi is based on a popular show from the time. I've seen the show translated as Funny Face Club. Well, that's a really loose translation. It's about 5 weird-looking high school kids who get into mischief and pull pranks. In this game, your goal is to corral the 5 of them up. And this is an adventure game where you walk among the classrooms, collecting the items that you need and using them in the appropriate place. The actions that you can take are to pick something up, put it down, or use it. And that's it. Taking a wrong action is typically an instant game over. But it's not a big deal because once you know the actions to take, this game is only about 3 minutes long. The Mark III video game was so notorious that it actually showed up again in the show High School Kimengumi. In one episode, someone is trying to offload a ton of unsold copies of the game. You know a licensed game is bad when the property it was licensed from starts making fun of it. Now don't get confused. This Great Golf is not the same Great Golf that was released in the US. That Great Golf was the sequel to this Great Golf. Everyone got it? Great. Great Golf actually adds a few features that you didn't see in golf games at this point, particularly how you can put spin on the ball. It also added a feature that I think people are happier without: cartography. You see, rather than draw every hole at a consistent scale, Great Golf instead provides you with a scale next to the screen. So you'll need to break out your surveying tools in order to work out how far away from the pin you are. I also noticed that when it came to the swing's power, which only uses one button push, if you're not dead on with the peak, then your distance falls off fast. 90% shot power feels more like 75% distance. Great Golf feels like a case of 2 steps forward, 1 step back when it comes to Sega's golf games. Okay, I'm just gonna say it up front here. I hate this version of Space Harrier. Hate this version of Space Harrier. I know it's a technical feat. I recognize the skill in making a functional port. It's still painfully unpleasant to play. I don't care how smoothly the Harrier moves on screen when everything else is going at 6 frames a second. And yes, using background tiles so that you can include more scaling was a clever solution. It also makes the game look terrible and blocky. The arcade version of Space Harrier was a showpiece for Sega, demonstrating the power of their superscalar hardware and all of the things it could do. And trying to copy that on the Mark III just makes the console look weak. Sometimes no port is better than a bad port. And yet, somehow, this is not the worst port of Space Harrier I'm going to include in this video. Double Target is one of the few times that Sega of Japan had the right idea when it came to their 8-bit consoles. This is a port of the arcade game Quartet, a game whose title came from the fact that it supported 4 players. Well, you couldn't have 4 players on the Mark III, so they changed the title to Double Target. Meanwhile, in the US and Europe, those branches of Sega just went, we'll just keep the original title. The game is an action platformer where you have to shoot your way through the level to get a key and then make your way to the exit door. Enemies that you kill will drop a little pod that gives you points and respawn a few seconds after you collect that pod. You've got an energy score that starts at 10,000 and continuously ticks down. Getting hit will take a huge chunk of your energy off, and ways to recharge it are fairly rare. There is occasionally a hidden item that will bring back a ton of energy, and you get a little bit of energy back when you complete a stage. There are no continues here, so you have to be extra careful if you want to make it all the way to the end. The big power-up that you'll often find is the jetpack that will let you fly around the stage, but for both the jetpack and key, you drop them when you get hit. If you're playing with a friend, then they could steal that jetpack from you. So there's a little bit of cooperative, competitive tension there. Double Target is a decent action game that gets even better when you have another player in the mix. Woody Pop is the first game for the Mark III that required a peripheral. That doesn't mean it was the first game for a Sega console that required a peripheral, though. The US Master System already had a few games out that required either the light gun or the trackball sports pad. But the light phaser never got released in Japan, and the sports pad's history in Japan is weird and complicated, so here's Woody Pop, which came with its own dedicated paddle controller. And Woody Pop can be summed up with one simple phrase. It's Sega's version of Arkanoid. Now, it's a very good version of Arkanoid. The levels tend to be drawn pictures rather than abstract forms. I don't think there's any stages that are as mean as Arkanoid gets. And on many stages, you only have to protect a portion of the back of the screen. The power-ups are mostly similar to the ones you'll find in Arkanoid. A ball that will go straight through bricks, one that splits the ball, one that makes your paddle larger. There's also things that will make the ball catch nearby bricks on fire, and a power down that will remove the safety margin behind you. Between Arkanoid and Woody Pop, I think I'd rather play Arkanoid, but if somebody preferred Woody Pop, I wouldn't think they were crazy. Woody Pop's a pretty good ball and paddle game. Finally, the real Wonder Boy is here. Okay, giving it the title Super Wonder Boy makes it obvious where Sega was trying to position this one. And Hudson's port of this to the Famicom was already a million seller, but this version of Wonder Boy is better. It's definitely closer to the arcade. The graphics are nicer, it controls better. If you give me the choice between the two, I'd pick Super Wonder Boy. It's even good enough to wash the bad taste of the SG-1000 Wonder Boy out of your mouth. A quick refresh in case you jumped ahead to this point in the video. Wonder Boy was an arcade game made by Westone, but published by Sega, and the result was that Sega owned the name, while Westone owned the game. That resulted in Westone licensing the games, which is why there's ports of them to everything, and the chart of the Wonder Boy series resembles the Habsburg family tree. This first game in the Wonder Boy series has the Wonder Boy running nonstop through stages, collecting fruit to restore the constantly draining energy bar, and smashing eggs to find power-ups. Super Wonder Boy wound up being the best of the contemporary Wonder Boy ports, and it's not the last time we're going to see Wonder Boy in this video. I hope you're ready for sports, because Sega spent about 6 months in 1988 refreshing all of their sports games. When we hit Master Golf, we'll be done with these. First up is Great Basketball, a title that should have gotten Sega sued for false advertising. This has to rank among the slowest, clunkiest basketball games I've ever played. Good luck stealing a ball from someone without getting called out for pushing, which takes the already slow game and slows it down more. I completed the first quarter with both teams' scores still in single digits. When you have control of the ball, pressing button 1 will jump into the air, and then hitting button 1 again will shoot, while button 2 is used for passing. And neither of these work especially well. This round of great games all feel like Sega looked at the NX line of summer, winter, California games, and then tried to copy their style. And for as popular as those NX games were in the late 80s, they're not popular anymore. And these Sega sports games are the bad copies of those. Great Basketball is just dire. But let's see how Sega handles the next sports game. It's time for Great Volleyball. And that great is looking more and more like a lie. This is a 6-on-6 men's volleyball game, and something that you're going to notice immediately is that there's no indicator for who you're controlling. Sometimes you're controlling all 3 people in the front field or back field. Sometimes you're just controlling one person as they return the ball. If you jump into the air by pressing button 1, only one character will jump even if you were controlling 3 of them before. And button 2 is used to strike the ball. Great Volleyball is just a mediocre volleyball game. There's a reason why it's pretty much completely forgotten. The sports train keeps on rolling with Great Football. And let me tell you, this series is really making me suspicious of anything labeled great. In this football game, you play the offense. Never the defense, just the offense. If you fail to succeed to make a touchdown, then the computer team is awarded some points, and then you start again. Passing might as well not function at all, so just run the ball, and unless you're completely clumsy, you'll make a bit of progress. Play selection is handled by bringing up a screen that has 8 plays on it, and then it cycles through each of them in turn. Once it reaches the end, then you go back to the field. You have to press a button when it's highlighted something that you want to do. I don't see how it is possible to make a football game more wrong than Great Football. It's missing half the sport, the interface is terrible in multiple ways, the computer opponent is not good. The reason I did so poorly while recording was I kept trying to do more interesting things. The only thing stopping me from calling Great Football the worst of the Great Sports line is that so many of the Great Sports line are just this bad. And now it's time for Great Boxing. Nah, they called it Rocky even in Japan. Now before I get into anything else, Rocky is a big step up from the other Sega sports games. I've got significant problems with it, and not just that I've never been able to beat Ivan Drago. But what it's doing is recognizable. It's got a few ideas that give you something more to do than punch someone in the ring, and it does a decent job with the tone of the Rocky movies. I've tried to get into it many times and not cared for it, but I'll still say it's fine. The biggest stumbling block for me is in between the matches where you have to train, and training consists of mashing the buttons with the right rhythm, and doing it just right will permanently improve Rocky. You'll get some more strength, your punches will be a bit faster, that kind of thing. In the ring, the action also feels a bit flat to me because there's not much more to do than walk in one direction and mash the button. There are a couple types of punches, and you can block things, but it's not like there's tells to let you know when your opponent's going to throw a punch, or strategy you can apply. Mainly, you're going to be pushing left and mashing a button. I will say that as of April 1987, this is the best boxing video game you can get in your home. It won't stay that way for long, though. Okay, we're stepping away from sports for just 1 second with Sukaban Deka 2, Shoujo Tekemen Densetsu, or The Tale of the Girl in the Iron Mask. Sukaban Deka was a series of live-action television shows about high school delinquents turned cops. And although the cast changed every season, the main character inevitably used a yo-yo as her weapon. This has a number 2 because it's based on the second season. There's a Famicom game based on the third season that's known as one of the worst video games ever made. So Sega wins in this round, but not by that much. This Sukaban Deka game mixes adventure games with beat-em-ups. You start out with a short scene where you talk to people and navigate the school, and then you encounter a group and fight them in some Kunio-style brawling. The fighting here is pretty bad. The controls are stiff and unresponsive, enemies don't react very much to getting hit, and you only have 1 life, so as they walk through your attacks and beat you up, you won't have any chance to recover. Although this isn't as bad as what the Famicom would see, it's still not a good game. Definitely one that's more notable for the license than the quality of the product. The Black Onyx is sometimes erroneously called the first JRPG. Not this SG-1000 port. I'm talking about the original computer game that came from Bulletproof Software. Really, there were several commercially released RPGs that preceded it, but the Black Onyx still was an early computer game hit. This version recreates it relatively well. You can create a party, and then explore a first-person dungeon. Not that the party that you create is especially distinctive, you're just assigning names and outfit colors to people. If you don't fill up the party, though, you can recruit from warriors that are just wandering the town. As you might expect, your goal is to climb a cursed tower and recover the Black Onyx, a magical gem of immense power. You'll have random encounters anywhere, and not all of them are hostile monsters. Sometimes you can talk, sometimes you can recruit, sometimes you can steal from them. When you encounter monsters, everybody picks which monster they're going to hit with their sword, and that's about as tactical as the game gets. The Black Onyx is the only RPG for the SG-1000, and you can really feel it pushing the boundaries of what the system can do. I don't think the Black Onyx is an especially good RPG, it's more historically interesting. Especially since it's one of those tiny dominoes that had huge consequences. And so we come to the end of the SG-1000. Not even 4 years old, and the last 2 years it was essentially on life support. I can't think of another console that got hit worse by wrong place, wrong time than the SG-1000. It would have been a pretty good machine in 1981. It would have been a decent machine in 1982. The day it was released in 1983, it was already 1 tech generation behind. For this final game, we have another sign that Sega was finally getting with the times. Loretta no Shoujo Sherlock Holmes, or The Portrait of Loretta, is a mystery adventure game, a genre that had become very popular in the past 2 years. It's an original story. Enough of Sherlock Holmes was in the public domain that they could just use the character, and you interact with everything by bringing up menus where you can interview people, take and use objects, and examine particular items that you see in the background. One interesting thing about the game is that Sega released it in the same style of packaging as the Mark III games, basically trying to get a few more sales by disguising it as a game for the next system. I don't think it was successful though, since Loretta no Shoujo is one of the rarest and most expensive SG-1000 titles. So everything except the title with Dragon Wing was pretty bad. And here's the sequel, Makai Retsuden, or Kung Fu Kid outside of Japan. And once again, Sega was pretty much copying Irem's formula. However, this time, they actually got it right. Their character's responsive, attacks actually do something, and there's interesting stuff happening. You can pick up talismans that appear above you sometimes, and pressing up and button 1 will launch a fireball instead of kicking. There's some monsters like these little shrimps, lobsters, whatever, that you kick and go flying into enemies, and even the bosses are kind of reasonable. There's even a little bit of platforming on later stages, though not so much that I'd really call it a platformer. Makai Retsuden is a hell of a turnaround for the single plain beat-em-up from Sega. I'd say it's the best one that they made. It also happens to be the last one that they made. Enduro Racer is one of those cases where it sounds a lot better than it plays. The idea is simple enough. It's a motocross race, though you're not really racing directly against other players. Instead, it's checkpoint-based, like some other recent Sega racing games. You're given about a minute to get to the end of the course, and you just have to drive well enough to make it. Your steering isn't especially good, so it feels stiff to get around any of the obstacles in the course. There's also plenty of jumps along the track, and you'll want to hit those as you do a wheelie. You get points based on how quickly you complete the course at the end, and then you can spend those points on power-ups to make your bike go faster or handle a little bit better. You also carry over your leftover time between races. Unfortunately, the tracks are dull, the obstacles are bland, it feels terrible to drive the bike. Enduro Race is a case of a game where it's a lot cooler to watch than it is to actually play it. Akai Kodan Zillion is one of the big ones for the Mark III. I've seen people refer to it as the Master System's Metroid, but that doesn't really capture the scope of things. In 1987, games where you explore environments, find permanent upgrades, and solve unclear puzzles were huge. There's a whole thread of these that you can really tie back to the Tower of Jiraga as the launch pad, but these, let's call them obtuse exploration games, they were pulling from everything. 1987 was the peak of this game design trend, and Zillion is Sega's most notable entry into the genre. It was based on a television show, and the television show itself was based on a different Sega toy, a laser tag style game. The show wound up being a big ad for Sega products, and although they didn't really produce many episodes, it gained a bit of a fan following. This video came out right about the same time as the show started, and in it you explore an underground complex. You have to obtain codes and keycards by smashing objects, and then if you enter the correct things into the right terminals, you can get access to more areas. Zillion is a game that can be pretty confusing if you don't follow a guide, or at the very least you should take careful notes. It is a pretty fun action game, and one of the more distinctive ones on the platform. Alright, I'm cranking up the music for this one, because Outrun was released simultaneously with the FM sound unit, an add-on that attached to the system through a ribbon cable. I want to know who thought that was a good idea, and dramatically upgraded the sound for the Mark III. Outrun was the first game to support it, but a lot of Sega's games from this point on will support the FM sound unit. And as it so happens, that music is the best part of this port of Outrun. It cannot be understated just how much of a hit Outrun was in the arcades. And the Mark III had the first home port. Now, one small problem with that: the port's pretty bad. The Super Scalar games, and Outrun was one of them, were pretty extreme challenges for home ports. The early home ports for those games tended to be flickery, slow, blocky messes. Even scaling back the graphics this much, they couldn't stop the terrain from just jumping in and out like that. Nobody in the 80s was expecting arcade perfection from these ports, but they did want something that looked nice and played well. The music might be spot on, and they even let you use the dial controller to steer, but playing this version of Outrun is just a recipe for sadness. Time for another licensed game with Amitsuhime, which was changed into an Alex Kidd game when they unleashed it upon the rest of the world. The game is divided up into two parts: adventure game sections and action platforming sections. And somehow, both of these are completely dreadful. In the first adventure game segment, you're attempting to assemble pieces of a torn-up map. And these are scattered throughout the castle you call home. And the way you do this is by entering a location, and then pressing up to interact with objects in the background, and that's it. There's very little in the way of actual puzzles, and there's several things that will just give you a game over instantaneously. If you do manage to make it to the action segment by collecting all of the map pieces, then you get to enjoy poor controls, unfair enemy placements, not to mention one-hit deaths when you only have one life. At least if you get that far, you can continue from the action segment. And topping it all off, there's also a case of the bad restaurant also having terrible portions. It goes from the adventure segment to the action segment, which is about a minute long if you are playing properly, and then another much shorter adventure segment, assuming you're playing the Japanese version and not the US one. The US version makes you do a lot more work to complete that adventure segment. And then there's one more 1 minute long action segment, and that's the game. Amitsuhime is a game that is brutally difficult and totally unfun. It's a strong contender for worst game on the Mark III. Well, at least Sega's dropped the great from their sports titles. At least in Japan. Maybe the Japanese parliament passed some kind of law against false advertising around that time. World Soccer is a step up from the previous soccer games we saw, but not that much. Look at the way the characters jump around the field. It's like they can all teleport 5 feet instead of walking. Controlling the ball is weirdly difficult to do, and I had trouble just getting the players to pass and shoot. I could do it, it's just I was unlikely to have possession of the ball for more than 3 or 4 seconds. I've noticed in my explorations of video game libraries that soccer seems to be an especially tough sport for video games at this time. There's just too many players on the field, too much action happening all over the place, and people struggled to figure out how to make the controls decent and scale the action in a way that worked in a video game. World Soccer is one of the worst attempts at this. I don't think it's as bad as the soccer games we've already seen on these Sega platforms, but that's a low bar that it really struggled to get over. Nothing can stop the sports train. And once again, Sega has dropped the great branding in Japan, but kept it elsewhere in the world. The Pro Yaku Pennant Race is a minor step up from previous Sega baseball games. But the major change is the pitching view, which now resembles Jaleco's Moeiro Pro Yaku, and Jaleco just copied that from Hardball, but I think it's likely that Sega copied it from Jaleco. The problem with this diagonal pitching view, with the camera placed kind of off to the side of the pitcher, is that while it may resemble televised sports, it's also a bad angle for batting. It is tough to tell where the ball is in relation to the batter. Since the ball is moving diagonally, you kind of have to watch where the catcher's glove is going in order to know if a ball or strike is coming. And even that view is distorted pretty heavily. The angle also warps the perspective of speed. It just makes it hard to bat. Oddly enough, with the fielding view, everything becomes very flat. It's going from a cinematic angle on the action to a very primitive video game angle. At this point, it's hard to mess up baseball video games too badly, but somehow Sega has managed it. This one is in the lower tier of baseball video games from the late 80s. Penguin Land is back with Doki Doki Penguin Land Uchu Daiboken, or Space Adventure, in case you wondered why the game had a science fiction theme. This is a proper sequel to Doki Doki Penguin Land, not just a remake. It works the same as before. You drill out holes in the floor to make the egg fall through. You can only drill in positions similar to Lode Runner, so off to one side. If the egg falls too far, or if you stand on it, or if an enemy gets to it, then the egg cracks and you have to do the stage over again. It's a basic structure, but it's one that works pretty well. I happen to think that this Penguin Land is better than the original, and there's absolutely no harm in jumping straight to the sequel. This is one of the most fun puzzle games on the Mark III, even if that wasn't an especially big genre for the platform. I don't think I can understate how many games in 1987 were just copying Nintendo's Legend of Zelda. Nazca 88 is Sega's first entry into that genre, and it's probably their worst. The idea here is that you're an adventurer, and you travel between screens, though sometimes they can scroll a little bit. You've got a sword that comes out when you hit button 1, and pressing button 2 will cycle through different weapons that you get from defeated enemies. The fireball is the most tool-like of these, because it can burn open new paths for you. And you can throw money at enemies to bribe them to join your side. They mainly work to screen you from other enemies. Nazca 88's big problem is that there's no knockback when you hit enemies with a sword. So any enemy that takes multiple hits to destroy keeps coming at you after you hit them. And they're already that close to you, so you're probably going to get hit. You'll learn to hit and then back away, but it's not really a fun way to handle things. The bribed enemies also aren't a lot of help, and the extra weapons, other than the money and fire, are just shots. A lot of Nazca 88 feels half-complete, like their boss told them to give them a game that looks like Legend of Zelda, and then they weren't given enough time to do it properly. Okay, we're now mostly done with the sports titles. There's one more left, but it's a different kind of thing. And while I personally wouldn't call Master Golf great, unlike a certain US branch of a company I could name, but it is competently made. You've got just one course here, and up to 4 players can join in a round of golf. One quirk is that you have to select your golf bag before you go. You're not given a default set of clubs like almost every other golf game. When you tee off, you can press button 1 to have your golfer pick some grass and check the wind, although there is a wind meter on the screen. On the green, this is how you're supposed to check the lie of the green, except it doesn't actually match how the green works. It'll show you a flat green and then the ball will veer off in one direction, or you overshoot the hole by a small amount because you are going downhill and discover that you are now uphill from the hole. Hey, the most interesting new feature here is that you can adjust your golfer's stance before you swing. Personally, I'd rather have the ability to specify the spin, but this is better than nothing. Master Golf is a perfectly fine 1987 golf game, but it also doesn't do anything to really make it stand out. Why did you hurt Opa Opa's feelings? Opa Opa's up in its room crying, and it's all your fault. Maybe if you bought Fantasy Zone 2, there wouldn't be tears of Opa Opa. For Fantasy Zone 2, Opa Opa now warps between different smaller sections of levels. These new areas are only 2 or 3 screens across, and you'll have to destroy the enemy generators to find the paths. You enter the red warp after you've destroyed all of the enemy generators in all of the reachable areas, and that's where you fight the boss. But beyond that, this is pretty much the same as the original Fantasy Zone. You still collect money and buy upgrades. Weapons are still on a timer. I think this plays a bit smoother since this is a game that was original to the Mark III, and we're entering a period where Sega's putting more effort behind their big games on the consoles. I feel like Fantasy Zone 2 just got more polish applied to it, and the result was something that's pretty good. August 30th, 1986. That is one of the most significant days in Japanese nerd media. That was the day that Aliens hit Japanese movie theaters, And anyone in Japan who produced comics, video games, animation, they all saw the movie and went, I'm going to do that. Sega was one of the very first to cash in because they had Alien Syndrome in arcades that winter. And now here's the home port. The game is a run and gun where you have to shoot your way through some very familiar looking creatures, and one of the two playable characters is someone who looks very familiar. Your goal on every level is to search all of the screens for the trapped people, collect them, and then get to the exit. You'll find power-ups hanging on walls that might improve your weapon, or teleport you to another section of the map. The action is broken up into distinct screens rather than free scrolling, but I think that helps this console port, since as you progress through the game, the action in each area can get pretty dense. Every room becomes its own little set piece this way. Just don't die against the boss because you'll lose your weapon power-ups, and your basic weapons range is so pitiful you're gonna struggle. One of the real strengths of Alien Syndrome is that the Mark III version offers simultaneous multiplayer. I don't think Alien Syndrome is my favorite run and gun on the Mark III, but it is a fun one. I know what everyone really wants to see on this channel, Mahjong Sengoku Jidai. And finally, Sega has a decent Mahjong game on one of their systems. There are 8 different player personalities that you can choose from when you start playing, and you can select if you're going to play 2-player or 4-player Mahjong. It's got a fine interface where whenever you can do something, the game pauses and lets you bring up a menu, or you can just hit button 2 to cancel things and move on. There isn't a lot to say about Mahjong games in a summary video like this, so I'll wrap things up fast by saying Mahjong Sengoku Jidai could stand toe-to-toe with any other Mahjong video game released to that point and come out pretty well. Now, you might be thinking, isn't October 1987 kind of late for the first RPG on the Mark III? Well, not really. You see, RPGs on video game consoles didn't really get rolling until Dragon Quest II, and that was released early in 1987. By 1988, every video game maker in Japan is all in on RPGs. So Sega's actually right on schedule with this port of Haja no Fuin. Like a lot of early RPGs on consoles, this is a port from a computer game, though it's not an especially accurate port. The game mechanics are generally the same, but the world map is completely different. Haja no Fuin offers the players a rather unique perspective, as you get a large render of the landscape in the upper left that doesn't really mean anything. You're really navigating on the little map in the upper right. You'll have random encounters when you're wandering around outside of town, and you can try to talk or fight with them, though you'll need to be careful to pick the right choice. You'll get a lot of money for attacking merchants, but that will cause you trouble down the road. And talking to the bandits that attack you won't do you any good. Haja no Fuin really feels like a tentative first step into the world of RPGs. It feels like Sega wasn't really sure what they wanted to do with the genre. That'll change pretty soon, though. SDI is one of those games that I think of as an interesting mess. The title comes from the missile defense system that Ronald Reagan proposed and was nicknamed Star Wars by the media. Even though the idea was totally unworkable, Sega decided to make an arcade game out of it. And that arcade game was clearly inspired, but not really copying Missile Command. The arcade game used a complicated joystick and trackball setup, and that couldn't be replicated on the Mark III, but they did their best. So when you're holding down button 1 and press the D-pad, you move the little satellite around. If the satellite gets hit, then you lose a life. If you're not holding down button 1, then you move the crosshair around. And that crosshair controls where you're firing at, and you have to shoot down waves of missiles before they hit your home country. It's a very creative concept for a shoot-'em-up, but it's also really overwhelming. The double control scheme just feels very unwieldy. You can put this one down as great concept, not so great execution. Oh hey, we've got a rerun. Sportspad Soccer is just World Soccer, which we saw 10 games ago, with support for the Sega Sportspad, a trackball controller. It also added options on the main menu to go straight to a shootout, so I'm using that instead of playing a full game. The Sportspad is a notoriously flaky controller, but besides that, this is a situation where Sega of Japan made a bit of a mess. If you wanted to play it, it's fine. Just be aware that the US Sportspad and the Japanese Sportspad have different wiring. And Sportspad Soccer is the only game that supports the Japanese Sportspad. And if you're about to post a comment, wait 6 more games. I have reached Sega's big peripheral for 1987, the Sega 3D glasses. These work by synchronizing the television signal with a set of LCD glasses that sit on your face. And I'm just going to point out that by LCD I mean liquid crystal, like LCD watches. You apply voltage and they become opaque, take the voltage away and they become translucent. By flickering that on and off 30 times per second, alternating which eye's view is blocked at any given moment, and rendering 2 different versions of the image, with the graphics offset a little bit to the left and right, depending on which eye the image is for, to create an illusion of depth. The Sega 3D glasses are very similar to a product Nintendo was offering at the exact same time on the Famicom, but Sega actually released theirs outside of Japan, unlike Nintendo. The results of this 3D technology are kind of iffy. There are a couple of games that can use it effectively, but most of them wind up not looking that great. Case in point, Zaxxon 3D. Of course, I'm only showing you the image for one eye here. Zaxxon 3D attempts to replicate the feeling of Zaxxon, but from a behind-the-ship perspective. The result is not good. Even though you have depth, it is still difficult to tell where the enemies are vertically, and they have to give you that weird little crosshair in front of your ship to tell you when to fire. When you're going through the fortresses, you just dip down to hit the ground targets and then pull up to avoid the bullets and walls. There are some power-ups now that you cycle through by pressing button 1 after you collect them, and these change the color of your bullet. Zaxxon 3D is a mediocre game attached to a kind of interesting tech gimmick, and if you wanted to play a 3D game on your Mark III, you are better off with one of the later releases. Alex Kidd BMX Trial has the distinction of being the Alex Kidd game that was a Japanese exclusive. So think about how bad the Alex Kidd games they were willing to release outside of Japan were, and get ready. Nah, I'm joking. Maybe. Okay, a little bit. Really, the reason they probably didn't release this outside of Japan is that it uses the dial controller. In this game, you're taking Alex Kidd on a downhill race, and your goal is to just reach the end before the clock runs out. Bike over the wheelie zone and you'll go on your back wheel until you hit the brakes. That's useful for getting over some obstacles like rocks. And other times you'll want to hit the jumps as hard as you can and get over some obstacles. The races have multiple paths, some of them kind of hidden too. And I found this game to be a little bit tough to control, but I'm willing to accept that might have just been me. Conceptually, the game's fine. At the very least, I liked it better than Enduro Racer. I guess it's time for another disappointing port of a Superscaler game. Afterburner is a really bad port of the arcade game. I've never been fond of that original arcade game. I've always felt it was a little too out of control with not much going on. And this version is so much worse. It's hard to play this without getting a headache. Everything is just so choppy. In the arcade version, your missiles are limited, which forces you to rely on guns and then use the missiles when you have something nicely lined up. But here you seem to have unlimited missiles. Probably because it'd be nearly impossible to hit anything if you didn't. Maybe this is because it's a port of the original Afterburner instead of Afterburner 2. Afterburner 2 being a slightly enhanced version of the game. The bright side here is that the arcade game's music is recreated pretty well, assuming you have the FM sound unit. Admittedly, it's mixed really quietly in this game. It's going to be overloaded by the noise channel missile firings and explosions. But if you can hear it, it sounds pretty nice. Of course, that is the only nice thing I have to say about this game. How do you follow up the creative and distinctive Zillion? Well, you make Zillion 2 and you make it a lot more generic. The game alternates between shoot-'em-up stages where you're driving your motorcycle, and stages where you're on foot shooting through an enemy fortress. Collect the correct power-ups and the motorcycle can turn into a giant robot, but for the most part you'll be skimming along the ground, blowing up the things that pop up directly in front of you, and jumping over spikes and pits. The game looks pretty, but the gameplay is so bland. Those motorcycle driving segments in particular are just foul, and that's what the game opens with. You got the presence of Opa Opa at least in this game, but they don't show up until pretty late. There's a very good reason that there was never a Zillion 3, and it's not just because the show was over and Sega moved on to other products. Another Fantasy Zone game already? Well, Opa Opa is a very different game from the previous Fantasy Zone games. In this case, it's kind of a maze chase game since you're running around a level and your goal is to collect all of the dots, but the levels tend to be pretty open. So maybe it's more like a run and gun? But you don't have any weapons initially. Opa Opa lets you instantly jump to any world in the game, and then at the start of every stage you're told how much things will cost there. The dots are all money, but there's other ways to get money too. And there will be spots where an item will appear from time to time, and if you run over to that spot, you have to give up that much money to get the item. Enemies all emerge from an enemy generator that slowly charges up, and you can disable it for a moment by running on top of it yourself. Of course, you can't get to the far reaches of the level and back again before it spawns monsters. So you have to juggle when to use weapons, when to stop spawning, and when to make a run for it. It makes for a very interesting twist on what could have been a very familiar formula. Sorry to zip through this one so fast, but when you're talking about 150 games, the RPGs get the short end of the stick. I feel like Phantasy Star was Sega's last-ditch effort to save the Master System. And it is the Master System now because they just released a revised version of the platform in Japan to go alongside Phantasy Star. This was it. They were going to make the ultimate console RPG. And honestly, for 1987, they were in that ballpark. Phantasy Star blended overhead world exploration with first-person dungeon exploration, something that turned up quite a bit in computer RPGs, but not so much on consoles where memory was at a premium. And those dungeons looked spectacular. There's some very clever scaling and rotational trickery going on, all programmed by future Balan Wonderworld creator Yuji Naka. Phantasy Star gives things a sci-fi coat of paint, even though the world really seems to be hack-and-slash fantasy. So you've got futuristic towns and you'll travel to different planets, but your characters will still be hitting owl bears with swords and exploring stone catacombs. Phantasy Star also has a bit of a slow start, which was common in RPGs at the time. Your first task is to gather enough money in order to be able to leave the first town, and it's quite a bit of a grind for you to do that. I don't think I'd call Phantasy Star the best RPG of the period. I mean, Final Fantasy released 2 days before it. But it is easily the best RPG on the Master System. I was going to skip Great Ice Hockey altogether, but it's kind of part of a set. You see, you couldn't buy Great Ice Hockey. At least, not in Japan. Instead, it was given away as a contest prize on the release of Phantasy Star. And because this game requires the sports pad, Sega included one of those with it. However, here's where things get really messy. You see, Great Ice Hockey is just the US version of Great Ice Hockey, and the US and Japanese versions of the sports pad are not compatible, so the Japanese sports pad didn't work with Great Ice Hockey. and so people got the US version of the sports pad with great ice hockey. However, the reason that the Japanese sports pad and the US sports pad are different is that the US sports pad is not compatible with the Mark III. You had to have the recently released Master System. Now, at least Sega was kind enough to have two different prizes, so if you still had the original Mark III, then you got an FM sound unit. But the Great Ice Hockey and Sports Pad prize created a bit of a mess, where US and Japanese hardware were getting mixed up. All I can say is, video games are weird. What are you gonna do? Sometimes you're creating groundbreaking games that have a technological edge and push the genre to new heights, and sometimes you're just cashing a check. In the case of family games, Compile was definitely doing the latter. There's 3 different games on here: billiards, darts, and bingo. I won't bore you with bingo. Billiards works similar to Compile's previous billiards games, except they don't get creative with the tables. It's just a straightforward round of pool. You can play 8-ball, 9-ball, rotation, and you can have up to 4 players. The controls for darts are a bit funky, since you first have to press and hold button 2 to charge up your throw meter, then release the button, then hit it again when you want the person to release the dart. It's something that just doesn't feel natural at all, and it'll take you a while before you can even hit the board consistently. It includes a selection of the most popular ways to play darts: 301, 501, round the world. Really, this isn't an especially engaging package, particularly from the perspective of decades later. But even in 1987, I'm not sure this would have a lot of people excited. So I'm just gonna say it. Maze Walker is probably the best of the 3D glasses games. Not that you can really tell from this footage. In Maze Walker, you're just trying to walk the maze and get to an exit. You might be able to pick up a weapon and use it to take care of the monsters that are roaming around. Or if you don't have a weapon, then you can jump over things. They took advantage of the 3D effect by making the maze have depth. You're always going up and down levels through warps, and as you descend, it looks like you're getting deeper into the image. It's honestly not a bad effect. It's going to be a tough little game since any contact with anything will kill you instantly, and initially you're going to be dealing with your weapon's short range. That tends to make the safe option approaching monsters head-on, because if you do anything else, there's a real chance that they'll instantaneously turn and get you. Maze Walker is a pretty simple game, but it is fun, and that gives it an advantage over the other 3D glasses games. Super Wonder Boy Monster World is one of those games that was hugely influential in Japan, and not so much outside of it. Originally, Monster World was an arcade game, an attempt to get a platformer and RPG adventure to come together in a way that could suck 100-yen coins out of kids' pockets. The game wound up ported to just about everything, and this wasn't even the first home port. A version of this game was a launch title for the PC Engine, 3 months before the Master System game was released. The key to Monster World is that you have to collect money as you fight your way through the game, and use that to buy upgrades. Get better shoes to move faster, some armor to reduce the damage you're taking, a shield to deflect incoming shots, magic spells to help you defeat enemies, and health restoration. You'll also have to find a few secret locations on the way if you want to complete the game. To prevent you from staying in one place and grinding up cash, there's also an hourglass that's draining away, and when it runs empty, you lose a heart. Then the hourglass turns over, and does it again. The result is a game where you're being pulled in 2 different directions. You have to hurry because losing health will also cost you money, but you need to earn that money so that you can get those upgrades that will keep you safe. Monster World was one of the big games for Sega at this point, and I'm sorry to say that we won't be seeing any sequels in this video. Those didn't get released in Japan. At least, not on the Master System. Galactic Protector is a game that's so simple I feel kind of bad that I won't have much to say about it. This is a game that requires the dial controller, and you're spinning your ship around a planet trying to protect it from incoming dangers. Usually things like asteroids. You shoot those down, and as long as the planet has health left, you go on to the next stage. There's a good variety of enemies. Things that'll give you complications like exploding into more parts. And some things come streaking straight toward the planet, while others take a more roundabout route, and that forces you to prioritize things. The dial controller has natural blocks on both ends, and those correspond to the bottom of the planet, so you can't go around underneath it. It feels a little awkward, and I kind of wish that they had set it up so that the full length of the dial was 2 or 3 planet rotations. You'd still have the issue of running into the block eventually, but it might help make the game play a little smoother. Galactic Protector is a nice little shooter, and you gotta admit those faces on the planet are cute. Okay, now we're in the real Compile territory. While Compile's been dipping in from time to time with a few little games, they've been busy on other platforms. They had a big hit with a shoot-'em-up called Zanak, a shoot-'em-up created for the MSX computers and later ported to the Famicom Disk System. Sega saw Zanak, went to Compile and said, "Could you do that for us?" No, seriously, that's what happened. And so Aleste is a sequel to Zanak. This is one of those situations where they didn't have the rights to the name, but it is intended to be a sequel. For what it's worth, the title was supposed to be Arrestor, but that name didn't work in Japanese, and so they changed it to Aleste. All of Compile's shoot-'em-up tropes are here. You've got a massive quantity of weapons that you can upgrade as long as you collect the same number. Bosses consisting of ground bases that have overwhelming firepower. And Compile's little chime that plays whenever you get an extra life. Aleste would go on to be a fairly big series for Compile, and this Master System game only has one other game in competition with it for the title of Best Shoot 'em Up on the Master System. And that other game was also developed by Compile. Put your 3D glasses on now. Go ahead, I'll wait. You have been keeping them handy for just this moment, right? Okay, if you've got your glasses on, then let's do this. Remember how slow and choppy Space Harrier was? Now what if you did that, but you made it run at half the frame rate? And that's what you get with Space Harrier 3D. Now, this is a whole new Space Harrier game, but even if you ignore the graphics problems and how it feels like you're playing in mud, the rest of the changes from Space Harrier are also worse. You've got fewer enemy types. The bullets blend in with the enemies more, making them harder to spot. There's long sections that are just dodging terrain with no shooting. I'd say it feels a little bit like Space Harrier 2, except that would be an insult to Space Harrier 2, and I don't even like Space Harrier 2. Space Harrier 3D does have the distinction of being the only 3D glasses game to ever get re-released. The retro wizards over at M2 ported the game for the Sega Ages line to the PlayStation 2, and while it defaults to not having any 3D effect, they also included this red-blue anaglyph mode. So if you're getting a headache after watching this footage, you've got M2 to thank. After the first Alex Kidd game, Sega decided to try to capitalize on their popular new character, the guy who drives the Outrun car. Nah, of course I'm talking about Alex Kidd. They made an arcade game using him, and from what I can tell, that arcade game doesn't seem to have done very well. However, it still got ported back to the Master System, and so we have Alex Kidd: The Lost Stars. A simple little platformer, much more straightforward than the original Alex Kidd, where all you're doing is going to the right and avoiding enemies. If you get a power-up, then you can shoot the enemies instead of avoiding them. Maybe the most distinctive feature is that they borrowed a little bit from Wonder Boy, and Alex has a timer bar that's slowly ticking down. But that timer bar is also his health bar. When Alex gets hurt, you lose a little bit off of it. So it works both ways. I feel like Alex Kidd The Lost Stars is dead average. It's not the most streamlined platformer that's easy to get into. You'll likely need a couple tries to get the rhythm of the game. But it also has enough creativity going on with the obstacles that it's not a total miss. The game is just kinda there. One of those games that's not good enough or bad enough to really work people up. Those kids over on the Famicom didn't get the real Argos no Jujiken. Only the Master System kids got the proper port of the arcade game known as Rygar in the US. Of course, most people consider the port of this game to the Nintendo consoles to be superior to the arcade version, so this Master System version of Argos doesn't have the character growth or exploration. It is just a straightforward action platformer. But you know what? It's a good action platformer. Sega's really becoming the place to go for this style of game, where you chop up monsters with a melee weapon. Okay, in this case the melee weapon is a shield on a chain that works like a yo-yo, but it's close enough for my purposes. The levels don't exactly have branching paths, but they sometimes have alternate routes that you can follow, so you can go high or low, or there might even be different monsters if you do that. This is the first Master System game by Solio, a developer who sometimes erroneously thought to be Tecmo in a funny hat and fake mustache. While there were definitely close ties between Solio and Tecmo, Solio did seem to be its own company. Solio published this themselves, but Sega's publishing made them put the game in a silver box, so you know, second place to Sega's games all in those gold boxes. Argos no Jujiken is one of the best action games released in Japan for the Master System. Maybe if Sega hadn't worked so hard at pushing third parties away, they could have had more games like this. Time for another 3D game where you, the audience, doesn't get to see the 3D. I think Blade Eagle 3D is an interesting experiment where they really tried hard to incorporate the 3D into the gameplay, but it's let down by the game itself not being very good. There's 2 levels of the action here, and you switch between them by pressing button 1, kind of similar to Star Soldier, except you can shoot when you're at the lower level. The big problem here is that it's now 1987, and this is a shoot 'em up that's even more primitive than Star Soldier. The rare power-ups that occur are all inside mini-bosses, so that makes the power-up progression a bit flat, but the real problem is switching between those high and low layers. It takes about 2 or 3 seconds to switch after you hit the button. For a genre that's supposed to be fast-paced, that kind of delay in the action really grinds the game down. There's a germ of a good idea in Blade Eagle 3D, it unfortunately just happens to be in a not very good shoot 'em up. I bet you weren't expecting a Phantasy Star sequel this fast. Okay, Hoshi o Sagashite is not really a sequel, but it is a game set in the Phantasy Star universe. The title means something like Hunting for a Star, and this is a point-and-click adventure game. Not a menu-driven adventure game like is usually seen on Japanese consoles, this one is point-and-click. You might select the command from the menu, but then you've got your cursor and have to click on the item you want to do that to. The plot involves a space pilot who buys an egg at this bazaar, and then it hatches into a winged lion creature that was thought to be extinct, so he sets out to find out where the egg came from. The game's known for being a bit simple, though it's hard to deny it's got a wonderful presentation. This is easily the best looking adventure game on a console at the time, though the PC Engine is sneaking up on it really quick. Hoshio Sagashite is a nice little adventure game. What more could you ask for? This port of Solomon no Kagi is the second and final Master System game from Solio, and we're not going to see any more third-party games on the platform. And who can blame those third parties when Sega was putting their cartridges in boxes that said Silver Cartridge? Yeah, I'm going to port my game over to a platform where they insist on calling me second best. Solomon no Kagi started out as an arcade game, but that arcade game has been completely eclipsed by the Famicom version. This Master System version is not as good as the Famicom version. Okay, it looks prettier, but the way that the Master System had to tile the graphics means that you're always missing the bottom of the screen, and that just looks wrong. It would have probably been better to shrink the status somehow. That would let you get an extra row of bricks in. The other major problem is that this is a game where you have to press up to jump, and the control pad on the Master System is notoriously not good. Now these days, you can get better versions. Hell, plug in a Genesis controller. But just looking at it as it was in 1988, accidentally hitting diagonal when you just wanted to go straight up was a real problem. Solomon no Kage is a puzzle platformer where you have the ability to create and destroy bricks, plus cast a fireball if you collect the correct item. And your goal is to get the key and get to the exit door on every stage. It's the kind of game that the Master System badly needed. There isn't much in the way of puzzle games here. So for that reason, Solomon no Kage stands out. At least they added a password system so that you don't have to play all 50 stages in one go. But that's the only real advantage this version has. I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Kenseiden. I have tried on multiple occasions to beat this game, and it has beaten me repeatedly. The game is definitely inspired by two other games, Namco's Genpei Tomaden and Konami's Getsu Fumaden. From Konami, they took the setting of a samurai versus supernatural forces, and from Namco, they took wandering across a map of Japan with every province being its own unique level. The big thing about Kenseiden that you need to know before going in is that you have to follow the paths to the upgrades, and you have to complete the special super hard upgrade stages. If you don't, you're going to stand no chance at all. So while you can technically wander the map, really you need to stick to one winning course. Well, unless you're some kind of Kenseiden super player, but I'm not sure someone like that exists. We're going to keep the platforming while chopping up monsters theme going for a little longer with Lord of Sword. This is Sega's answer to Zelda 2, something that I'm not sure anyone actually needed to answer. You're playing as a barbarian hero that's wandering the land looking for an evil wizard, and besides being a Lord of the Sword, you're also Lord of the Bow. Button 1 sings the sword, button 2 shoots the bow. So how do you jump? Well, you press up, of course. And we all know why that's a problem. The game is played entirely from this side view, and at least there are branching paths, so you could reach a town and then have to double back taking an upward road. You've got a bit of exploration that you can do. There's also some very basic adventure game elements as you collect items in your quest. But really, you're going to be walking around, swinging your sword, and shooting your bow. The game's fine. I mainly wish that they didn't require that you press up to jump. It really doesn't work in an action-driven game like this. Tensai Bakabon is a game with an odd legacy. This is a licensed game, and it was based on a show that in many ways resembles The Simpsons more than anything else. As in, it was an animated family sitcom where the stupid dad took over the starring role from the main character kid, and the show made parental organizations in Japan pretty mad. The game just has that character, Bakabon's dad, go about town, meeting popular characters, and sometimes engaging in small mini-games like a quiz. When you bump into someone, you can talk to them, fight with them, or use an item, and there's a comedic, goofy tone throughout. The lasting legacy of this game is that because the voice actor who originally played Bakabon's dad died in 1984, Sega hired a new voice actor for their commercials. And when a new series was started a few years later, that same voice actor kept the role. And he continued to play Bakabon's dad until his death in 2020. So for a minor adventure game made up of a bunch of minigames, it has a bit of a legacy. Finally, another port of a Sega arcade game, and one of Sega's biggest. The ninja-themed action platformer was very popular and kicked off its own series, a series that is still ongoing today. For this first console port, Sega made a lot of adaptations to the arcade game. The biggest one that you'll spot immediately is a health bar. In the arcade, any hit kills you, and here you can take quite a pounding before you go down. For other changes, there's now multiple weapons, you could wind up throwing grenades instead of shuriken, and the melee attacks that you automatically perform when you're close to an enemy can be swapped out with different weapons as well. All of these changes make Shinobi on the Master System a very different experience from the arcade game, but also one that works really well on a console. You no longer have to be a ninja yourself in order to make progress in the game, and that makes this pretty good. Here's a tip for you when you're naming your video game: never call it the final something. There's probably going to be another one, and then won't you look foolish? We've had a lot more Bubble Bobble since Final Bubble Bobble. With that said, this is the best contemporary version of Bubble Bobble. Taito made the port themselves even though Sega published it, and while it does have all 100 stages from the arcade game, and those levels play out perfectly, Taito also added another 100 levels. Essentially, the sequel to Bubble Bobble is in Final Bubble Bobble. Naturally, this is a port of the arcade game, and on every stage, which is just one screen in size, you have to bubble your foes, pop the bubbles that they're in, and collect the fruit that will give you points. It's a kind of gameplay that'll take you all of 15 seconds to grasp. On top of that, you can jump up through platforms, but not back down, while falling off the bottom of the screen will return you to the top. On later stages, navigation becomes its own challenge. Final Bubble Bobble is an excellent port of an excellent game that gives you more of the game. This is the best 8-bit version of Bubble Bobble to own. We are really getting a lot of jumping guys with swords lately, aren't we? Captain Silver is a port of a Data East arcade game that I always seem to get confused with Atari's Skull and Crossbones. Not that either of the games are very good. You play Captain Silver and you fight your way through a bunch of inconsistently themed enemies, and when you defeat them, they will drop a letter. If you fill in the name Captain Silver, then you get an extra life. It's a weirdly busy system for the game. The thing about this port of Captain Silver on the Master System is that Japan and Europe got a good version of the game. Well, maybe not good, let's say better. Japan and Europe got a better version of the game, while the US got a version that stripped out half the game. They did that to make it fit into a much smaller ROM size. So if for some reason you wanted to play the kind of mediocre, stiff-moving, and all-around bland Captain Silver, then you want the Japanese version. But you really could skip this one. Playing it is just a setup for disappointment. Super Racing is the final racing game on the Master System, and it doesn't even have a behind-the-car view. In this game, you can pick your racing team, which affects your car performance, and then you race on 5 tracks that don't really have any connection to real-world tracks. In every race in the season, you do 1 qualifying lap, and these are pretty short, under 20 seconds. And once that's complete, you race against 7 other cars. You have a fuel load in your car, but on the lower difficulty levels, you're only doing 3 laps, and so you use up maybe 1/4 of a tank for the entire race. You can pit if you really want, but that's only for fuel. You'll be rammed by other cars all day long, and it won't do any actual damage to your car. The most positive thing I have to say about this one is that it can use the dial controller for steering. Other than that, it's just kind of a lower tier top-down racing game. Kind of a letdown compared to some of Sega's other racing titles here. Okay, now we're talking. Megumi Rescue is one of my favorite games on the system. It is, rather confusingly, a port of an arcade game that was never released, though people found a prototype version and released that on the internet relatively recently. The concept of the game was reused as another game, Flying Hero, but Megumi Rescue was the first version that people could play. The concept has obviously grown from Breakout, but instead of a ball and paddle and knocking bricks out of a wall, you are controlling a pair of firefighters who are bouncing one of their friends up into the air, as you're trying to get all of the people out of a burning building. If you hit the fire button when your friend is in front of a window, he'll stop at that window, and if there's a person, he'll eventually pull them out. If there's a fire, he'll put it out, and if there's nothing, he might take a look around and throw out an item. The fire will spread from window to window in the building, and if it reaches the people, then they'll eventually just jump out, and you'll have to try to catch them while keeping your firefighter in the air. Once everyone's out of the building, or you've successfully put out all of the fires, then you go on to the next stage. The geometry of the buildings can get pretty complicated, and you might have to pull a lot of people out of the building, sometimes multiple people from the same window. The firefighter can only check one window per bounce as well, so keeping them moving is a major priority. Megumi Rescue is an action game that gives you a lot of things to juggle, but not so much that it's totally overwhelming. This is one of my favorite Master System games, and I think I'd mark it down as the best Japanese exclusive. Finally, I'm done with the Superscaler games. Some of the most beautiful and exciting arcade games of their day, and just poorly served by the technical limitations here. As you might expect from the other Superscaler games, Thunderblade is a slow, choppy mess. At this point, I'm just glad that Sega never released the Master System port of Galaxy Force in Japan, because out of all of these Superscaler ports, that's the worst one. But Thunderblade. You've got a helicopter, you fly around at a really slow frame rate, you go through buildings that don't scale very nicely, you fly from an overhead view, which isn't good, but it's kind of acceptable, and then you switch to a behind-the-copter view, which is where the real pain starts. Like most of these later Sega games, it's got really nice music, but it gets completely blown out by the noise channel blaring every time you fire a missile. At this point, the quality of Sega console games has been on a real upswing, and Thunderblade is a huge step backwards. Okay, Japan did not get the Master System's best Zelda clone, but you can't go wrong with Mao Golvelius. Compile dipped into the action-based fantasy game here, something that they did quite a bit, but not often in places people saw outside of Japan. Golvelius gives you an overworld to explore that's similar to Zelda, and two kinds of scrolling dungeons, an overhead view and a side view. Gameplay does settle into a bit of a loop where you go into a new region, find a way to increase the maximum size of your wallet, use that new maximum size to upgrade your weapons and get more maximum life, and then go fight the boss in the auto-scrolling area. But it's a loop that works, so why complain? Golvelius bears a lot of resemblance to a game Compile released earlier in 1988, Guardiac Gaiden, or The Guardian Legend as it's known internationally. Of course, that was all sci-fi themed, and this is all fantasy, but the exact same team made both games. So if you want to call Golvelius the secret sequel to The Guardian Legend, I'm not going to stop you. Okay, so I was wrong earlier when I said I was done with the sports games. I didn't spot Koshien when I was looking down the list, and that's a dead giveaway that it's a baseball game. Koshien is the name that's commonly used for the Japanese National High School Baseball Tournament, and that tournament is a very big deal in Japan. I go back and edit out my line that I was done with sports, but I left it in so people who remember this game can get a good laugh. So after the utterly dire series of sports games that Sega has released on their consoles, they finally made a decent one. I'm not going to say great, but good enough. Okay, the constant interruptions by the cheering section get a bit annoying, but still. As a baseball game, this plays just as well as any of Namco's Family Stadium series. I have a suspicion as to how that happened. Basically, I suspect that Sega of America was pushing for better sports games, and even though this never got adapted to anything in the US, within a year, Sega is going to be marketing themselves in the US as the platform for sports games. That's a bit of branding that doesn't work if all you've got are those great sports series. The team that made Koshien is going to turn around and make Reggie Jackson Baseball for the US market right after this. And that's the snowball that really starts the avalanche for the Genesis. So Nekyu Koshien is finally a solid baseball game for the Master System, and it leads to much bigger things. Kujakuo is an interesting one. It's yet another hybrid adventure action game. I'm not calling it action-adventure because that has different implications. You have these adventure game segments where you get a little bit of information, explore a small environment, chat with the locals, find out about a supernatural threat, and then you go beat it up in side-scrolling action. This is another licensed game, and kind of an unusual licensed game, since Kujakuo was targeted at an older audience. It's very much a boobs and blood kind of thing. You might be able to tell that from the front of the box. None of that content is actually in the game, though, so the naked woman on the cover does not move her carefully placed arm in the game. There is a little bit of variety in the action sequences, since there are platforming stages, flying stages, and sometimes you just pop out of the adventure to fight a boss and then go right back to adventure mode. I've always found the Master System version of Kujakuo to be an interesting experiment that doesn't really work for me, mainly due to the action segments. I feel like you just get knocked around a bit too much, and having to charge your attack to be really effective gets annoying. But it's still an interesting experiment. Worth at least trying just to see how things went. Now here's a game where Sega could claim a real advantage over Nintendo. The port of Double Dragon that Arc System Works made for the Master System is a lot closer to the arcade game than the version that was released on Nintendo's platforms. In particular, you've got the two-player mode. Yes, this version of Double Dragon has double dragons. Now, it does suffer from having just two buttons. That means you have to push both buttons simultaneously to do a jump kick. And that means some of the moves are context dependent. So if you stand still and press both buttons, you do the backwards kick, but moving and pressing both buttons does the forward jump kick. And of course, kicking and punching have their own combos. I think the stages are awfully drawn out compared to the arcade version. Areas that were small single-screen arenas in the arcade are now multi-screens long. I also feel like the priority on attacks is a bit off. Enemies can attack through my attacks, for example. Still, it's impressive how much of Double Dragon comes through here. Yeah, you're stepping down from the arcade, but not as much as you might expect in 1988. The final game that Compile developed for the Master System in Japan is appropriately enough a shoot-'em-up, but not one of their own this time. R-Type is a port of Irem's classic arcade shooter, where you can charge the cannon to shoot through enemies, get a pod to attach to your ship, power up that pod with special weapons, and launch the pod at people if you want to. I feel like this version of R-Type was a big coup for Sega. It was one of the most popular games in the arcade, and Nintendo wasn't getting a version. The bad news for Sega was that somebody else had already made a better console version. The nearly arcade-perfect PC Engine port had been available for 6 months when this version came out. Yeah, the game was such a beast that they had to release it on 2 cartridges, but it set a new high watermark for console shoot-'em-ups. So even though the compromises made for the Master System port are reasonable, and R-Type was one of the best shoot-'em-ups on the Master System, it's hard to get people's attention when somebody made a much better version right before you. Well, at least Sega did not crash into the PC Engine port with their version of Ys. It would be really embarrassing to Sega to have the same thing happen to them twice in a row. No, at this point Sega was only competing with a port of Ys to the Famicom, and while that one beat Sega's version to the shelves, it also didn't look half as good. The computer game Ys was one of the cornerstones of the action RPG genre. Its core mechanic was the bump combat. The hero Adol would fight enemies by bumping into them, and as long as he didn't hit them head on, or have the enemy hit him from behind or the sides, then he'd hurt the monster and avoid damage himself. Now Sega did have a couple problems here. The original Ys was very short. I would say it was half a game since it's only half the story, but Ys 2 was so much bigger that Ys 1 is kind of puny by comparison. And Ys 2 never got released on the Master System. Also, the early game grind is a bit nasty here, and I feel like the Sega version makes it a bit tougher. That's why you're not seeing a whole lot of action in my footage. This is a good version of Ys 1 that wound up being the victim of some unfortunate circumstances. And before I move on to the next game, let's talk about those unfortunate circumstances. Because 2 weeks after Ys hit store shelves, Sega released the Mega Drive. And I don't think I've ever seen a console manufacturer sever their previous line of hardware as hard as Sega does with the Master System. Look at how much time is left in this video. That's how few Master System games are left. Usually there's a transition period. You get people up to speed. You support the old hardware long enough for people to move over to the new. But Sega of Japan stopped their support of the Master System cold. Right now, the US, and Europe especially, are building momentum for their versions of the Master System. The US stalls, but they still keep going. And Sega of Japan just turned it off like a switch. Okay, let's look at the last 2 Japanese Master System games. I feel like everyone who gets deep into the Master System tries Toon Senshi Borgman and goes, oh, this is just like Zillion. And then they play it a little bit more and they go, oh, this is much worse than Zillion. This is another licensed game. It's a sci-fi superhero show about a team that fights aliens in the new city that was built on the ruins of old Tokyo after it was destroyed by meteors. In the game, you're hunting the aliens through a series of buildings, and you'll have to explore thoroughly to find all of the power-ups you need to progress. Confusingly, the inventory screen is activated by pressing a button on the Player 2 controller, and you have to press and hold button 2 to manipulate the elevator controls. It's just bad interface design all around here. And continuing that bad interface design, for some reason you have a first-person view that acts as a radar taking up a huge portion of the top of the screen, and there's always a map of the building that you're in visible as well. This isn't a total stinker. I think the action actually plays just fine. It's just Toon Senshi Borgman seems to want to put up a lot of barriers to that action. And finally, the last Master System game released in Japan, Bomber Raid. In development, Bomber Raid was going to be a port of the arcade game Sonic Boom. Yes, somehow Sega released 2 completely different games called Sonic Boom. The one you're thinking of is worse than the 1987 one, but not by that much. In fact, I'd say Bomber Raid is an improvement over both Sonic Booms. I wouldn't go so far as to call it a hidden gem, but since I've been documenting the PC Engine lately, I've been playing a lot of shoot-'em-ups, and I'd call Bomber Raid perfectly fine. I like the constant stream of power-ups that it gives you, and how sometimes these ships that carry power-ups will turn into homing missiles when you shoot them. That keeps you on your toes without it being totally unreasonable. Okay, somebody on the graphics team liked dithering way too much. Although there, I'm sure it looks better if you're not playing it off of an RGB video signal like I am. I can't say that Bomber Raid is the most inspiring note for the Master System to end its days in Japan with, but it could have been a lot worse. And thus passed the Sega 8-bit consoles from the Japanese market. It's not the total end of the line, of course. The Game Gear was released in Japan, and a lot of the late Master System games are quickie Game Gear conversions. And of course, at this exact moment, the Master System was the hottest console in Europe. The Master System lived on, even if it wasn't welcome at home anymore. I do these chronologies because you can really learn something by going step by step through every single aspect and putting it into context. Before doing this, I felt that Sega didn't succeed in Japan mainly due to being overwhelmed by Nintendo. Now? Well, I still think the SG-1000 had no chance, and the Mark III had very little chance, but I also think that Sega made a lot of wrong choices along the way. In those early days, up to about 1986, it feels like Sega's console division was underfunded, understaffed, and overworked. It gives me the same vibes as 1982 Atari. You couldn't fix the low sales of the Mark III by telling one programmer that he needs to make a football game and they'll be shipping it in 2 months. And the cruel twist of the knife is that Sega corrected things. They fixed the problems with their console division. The few years following the abandonment of the Master System in Japan are a golden age for Sega. But the 8-bit story ends here, right when things are getting good.